members of the staff of Parliament, the legal team led by Advocate Arense, the media, and members of the public. We are going to start with our proceedings. Let me start by ascertaining the presence of our members. Honorable Sangoni, Honorable Ntuli, or is coming. Honorable Ngola, Honorable Sokanyile, Honorable Cameron, Honorable Breitenbach is back. Welcome back from the JSC. Honorable Skosana. The one who is entering is Honorable Ntuli. Honorable Nomvalo, Honorable Shongwe, Honorable Malema, Honorable Leanne Matthews.
Present, Chair.
Honorable Mwango, Honorable Sauls. Okay. Honorable Vessels, Honorable James. Thank you so much. I hope that Honorable Nomvalo, Skosana, and Shongwe will join us as we proceed. Honorable Pambo, we recognize your presence. Thank you so much. Let me take this opportunity and welcome you, National Police Commissioner, Major General Setlatle, Fannie Masemola, Tauyatswako, Khoshiaka. Honorable members, we have our second witness here, who is the leader of the institution of the SAPS. I am going to check with yourselves before we allow the senior counsel to make an opening statement. Are you happy, honorable members, that Major General Masemola is properly served before you? The statement has been uploaded with yourselves on Monday. There were improvements that were made to the statement, and it has been accordingly sent to yourselves. I do not see any member who wishes to speak. My assumption is that all of you are welcoming him to these proceedings, and you strongly feel that we must proceed with him. Senior counsel, may I please hand over to you. Where is that? I don't want to read.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable members, General Masemola, National Commissioner, my colleagues, Larato and Maria. They're still okay. My other colleagues from the parliamentary team, legal team, has been assisting us. Members of the media, members of the public, Good morning, everyone. Honorable Chair,
Yeah, no, before you, before you proceed, there is something that we must correct. You know, this ranks in the police is General Masemola, not Major General. I'm being corrected. You know, when you say Major General, I thought it was the highest rank. So the highest rank is General. So that is what he is. The appropriate title is General Masemola. Thank you so much.
thank you, thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson. Chairperson, we had made an opening statement in terms of the evidence that we intend to present, the order of witnesses, etc. So that's already part of the record. Just by way of opening, the statement, General Masemola's statement, was posted on SharePoint on Monday already. The hard copies were only made available yesterday, however, and that was due to the fact that we wanted to avoid a similar situation to what happened the other day when Lieutenant General Mkonazi testified and there was an issue about his statement. That has now been fixed, and General Masemola has been through his statement. He's signed his statement, and we are ready to proceed, Chairperson. And I would humbly request that that General Masemola be sworn in as a witness, and we can commence.
Okay. Thank you so much, Senior Counsel. And good morning once again, General Masemola. I want to request that we take you through the administration of oath. And let me make the following statement before we administer oath. General Masemola, you have been invited to appear before the ad hoc committee to investigate the allegations by Lieutenant General Ntantla Mkhwanazi, and also to provide information in relation to those allegations made for the purpose of ad hoc committee oversight, investigating those allegations. The allegations include, amongst others, the alleged unlawful disbandment of the political killings task team or force, which is otherwise known as the PKT team. The alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the South African Police Services, and alleged corrupt relationship between senior leadership within SAPS and members of the public, as well as police interference in the work of the SAPS. In extending this invitation, the ad hoc committee chairperson has indicated that you may provide such information to the committee. If you so wish, under oath in terms of the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act. You have indicated that you wish to take the oath so as to be afforded the protections as provided in the Powers and Privileges Act 2004. Please be informed that by law, you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. You have, however, you are, however, protected in the evidence given under oath or affirmation before a house or a committee may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or document required in these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17, subsection 2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures of persons who willfully furnish a house or a committee with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading, commits an offense and is liable to a fine or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. You are required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you are about to give is truthful. You may choose to take oath or the affirmation. And General, I have already indicated here that you have you have elected to take oath. Is that correct?
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members. No, I will elect to affirm, Honorable Chair.
Okay. If you choose to affirm, then you will follow the following dictation. You will say your full names and that you solemnly affirm that the evidence that you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I allow you to take the affirmation.
I, Fannie Masemola, I affirm that the evidence that I shall give shall be the truth and only the truth and nothing else. I affirm so.
Yeah. Thank you so much, General. Senior Counsel, I'm handing over to you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. General, good morning again. In terms of the approach that I am going to adopt, I've discussed it briefly with you. I don't intend to ask you to read your statement. You've obviously read your statement, and you've signed your statement, and you've made that available to the Honourable Committee, and in due course that statement will also become available to the media and to the public. It's a statement. Can you just confirm that this is your statement that you made to the evidence leaders in your consultations that you've had with us?
Honorable Chair, I do confirm that it is my statement I made with the evidence leaders.
Thank you. So, just in terms of the structure and the approach that I intend to adopt, we're going to look at some background matter, just to briefly put that on record. I then want to pause and just look at the structure of the SAPS and the constitutional responsibilities, especially between yourself and the Minister. That is in the affidavit at page 9. And then, of course, we will look at to one of the central aspects of this inquiry, the formation of the PKTT, the Political Killings Task Team, the performance of that team, your involvement, if any, with the team. Then we look at the Minister's directive that calls for the immediate disestablishment of the team. We will then focus on an email that a Brigadier Letoko, who you are familiar with, General, Brigadier Letoko, in your office.
Yeah, she does work in my office, Honorable Chair.
So we'll then spend some time on that, because it's alleged that she had sent an email to Lieutenant General Sabia in relation to the directive. We will also discuss your meeting with the President, where the PKTT was discussed with him. Your meeting with the...
Senior Counsel, the honourable member is struggling to hear you.
So
Chair, maybe if you can pull the mic towards him a little bit. I was struggling to hear him.
thank you, Honourable Chair. Apologies, Honourable Members. Is that a bit better?
Let's just hold it there. Honourable Ngola.
Is there a volume that one can... Is that...
Switch it off, that one. Yeah. I think, Chair, generally, I get what Mr. Nomvalo is saying. Generally, the sound here is so low in the chamber. If there's our support team can consult up there if they can't work out something. It's very low. Even yourself, Chair, you are low in terms of the voice. So I think it's the chamber itself. So if they can look at it from that angle. Thank you.
Yeah, we do need the aircon, but it is also quite loud. Can you hear me now?
Must we switch off the aircon?
Sorry? Okay. May I proceed, Honourable Chair? Thank you. Sorry, General. So we're just looking at the themes that we will focus on. The meeting that you attended on the 5th of March before the Police Committee here in Parliament. The meeting the very next day, the 6th of March, where there was a presentation. Minister was also, when you there was a presentation on the winding down plans for the task team. We will spend some time looking at the Media 24 Tswani contract, the Medicare contract. We'll deal with at annexes SFM 22 and SFM 23. In your statement, you referred to some false narratives in the media. We'll deal with that. And then we'll focus lastly again on the PKTT. So, just confirm, please, that these are all topics that are covered in your statement, your sworn statement, and that you are familiar with these topics and that you would be comfortable in dealing with them in your evidence.
I do confirm, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. As discussed with you in our briefing meeting this morning, I indicated to you that the approach will be somewhat different to the approach adopted in the Commission, because we only have you here today and tomorrow. You won't be recalled to be examined or re-examined or cross-examined, rather, by other, especially persons who are implicated in this process. So we have to ask as many questions. Hopefully you regard them as relevant to the terms of reference as possible. So we may, as it were, go off your statement and ask you about other matter for your comment. If you have any knowledge about them, then you will no doubt respond. If you don't, you just need to indicate that you are not able to comment. Is that in order?
That's in order, Honorable Chair, members.
Thank you. So, General, just you just by way of background also, you are familiar with the terms of reference of this committee, and we're not going to go over that again. That you will find from page 3 and 4, 5 of your affidavit. General?
Yeah, that's correct. I am familiar, Honorable Chair.
Okay. So if we may just pause at paragraph 11, page 6 of your statement, which is a summary of what is doubtless a distinguished record in the South African police services, a long and distinguished record, which ultimately resulted in your appointment as the National Commissioner in March 2022. And we also see that you had already been a recipient of the SAPS Gold Medal for Outstanding Service, and that you have various specializations such as extensive experience in negotiation, peacekeeping, crisis management, and interdepartmental coordination.
That is correct, Honorable Chair.
It seems you need all of this now.
Yeah, it looks like.
We need your extensive experience. So, is there anything specific that you want to mention under that heading of your experience and your qualification that you want to add, or that you may want to elaborate upon?
Thanks, Honorable Chair and members. I think, yeah, everything is clear. Well, I can summarily say I joined the police back in 1987, and I worked in various provinces, including Western Cape during the Pagat times. I worked in the Free State for quite long. I worked in Gauteng. I worked in KZN as unit commander, POP, and later I worked as national head of operations in Pretoria, head office. And I work as a deputy provincial commissioner in KwaZulu-Natal for 10 years. I left in 2010 and work as a divisional commissioner for protection and security service from 2010 until 2011. And 5 months I worked as acting divisional commissioner for crime intelligence, and thereafter I worked as a deputy national commissioner for policing in 2012. In 2013 I went to Limpopo as a provincial commissioner, and in 2016 back to head office as a deputy national commissioner policing, and in 2022 1st of April, as you say, then I was appointed as national commissioner of SAPS.
Thanks, General Dave. Honorable Chair, there's some...
Okay.
Yeah, we can... Is it outside? Yeah. Thank you, General. So, just in terms of your experience having been appointed in March 2022, that would have been by our current president.
That is correct, Honorable Chair.
Since 2022 to date, just in summary form, what would you describe, or how would you describe the state of policing in our country?
Well, I will describe the state of policing as, well, quite challenging, taking into account various factors that the country is facing since COVID-19. The country has never been the same. There is a lot of unemployment, and that also brings the element of crime and new crime. And of course, most of the countries, they are looking for where they can look for gold or something to eat. And that South Africa, unfortunately, becomes a destination of choice. You'd recall a few years ago that South Africa as a country signed quite a number of treaties. We have a free protocol on movement, freedom of movement in Africa, AU. We have got also the protocol on freedom of movement in SADC, but that does not in practice mean people will move from here to north. It means they all move south, which makes the resources of the country to be under pressure, and as a result, crime becomes a problem, new forms of crime that is imported in the country. Policing is quite under pressure, and unfortunately, the society look for everything from police. They expect if a child don't go to school, it's a problem of police. If the spouses have confrontation, where were the police? And so it's quite challenging. The policing of today can never be associated or described as the policing of 30 years ago. It's quite challenging and requires, of course, new ideas. And currently, South African Police Service, we are trying our best to cope with what we have, but we do have, of course, limitation of resources. Resources are not in abundance, and population and challenges are growing far more faster than what we have. Thank you very much.
So, General, just in summary, well, firstly, the one thing I didn't notice is that you don't have expertise in social work or social development, because it seems to me that's a necessary qualification now for a police officer too. Just
Yes.
from what you describe, you now expected when children are not going to school and there's issues with them. Of course, domestic violence, especially gender-based violence, is a huge problem in our country. So a lot of social problems too that you have to deal with.
That is true, Honorable Chair. I normally say that you do not go into a McDonald's and order a beer. You don't do that. But with regard to South African Police Service, that is the case. We expect police to work and deal with criminals and show a certain posture. But at the same time, when they get to the victim, be it of gender-based violence or any other victim, then we expect the same person to have a different face. Whereas in reality, we should be saying police deal with criminals and let those that are trained to deal with social issues, deal with those issues on a 24-hour basis and not expect one person to have double face. Thank you very much.
So you mentioned, however, a number of challenges, and we describe them as challenges, migration, unemployment, poverty, those kinds of challenges which tend to give rise to crime and puts the police service under tremendous strain.
That is correct, Honorable Chair.
Now, however, would you describe the police service as being in a state of crisis? Or are you managing the crisis?
I will not describe it as a state that the police service is in a state of crisis. Well, the police that are working in South Africa are from the society and community of South Africa. And what you find in the police is what you find in the society. So you cannot see them in isolation from what is happening in the society. Currently, one cannot describe it as a state of disaster, because all of you that are here, you woke up, you left home. You either left a domestic worker alone, and or you left a gardener, or you left somebody, and you will go back home and still find everything intact, find your vehicle. And banks are out there. We know that there is money in the bank. It was there last night, it is still there now. Well, there will be now and then crimes that happens. So that tells you that there is police in the country that are doing their work. Not that we don't have challenges. We do have challenges, both internal and external. But however, also, internally we are doing our best to correct the wrongs that are there and root out and address those that off-ramp from the principles. But of course, also, there is external challenges from the society that also is getting into the organization and infiltrating the organization. So I will not say there is problems in the country, but I will not say we reach a stage of crisis. No, thank you very much.
Now, thank you, General. Now, some of the wrongs that you refer or allude to some of it were manifested in a media briefing on the 6th of July by Lieutenant General Mkhonazi. And you're familiar with that, and we're going to spend a bit of time also just looking at what he said at that media briefing. But he raised a number of issues there that has and has caused a lot of consternation amongst the public, people of our country, and they are concerned that if that is the state of the police, then they are worried. Your comment?
Yeah, thanks. I'm aware, yes, of that press briefing, and yes, I'm also do acknowledge that, yes, those matters are worrying, definitely where there is some disruption or infiltration from criminality into the police. It is indeed matters that are worrying that needs to be rectified.
I speak subject to correction, but I do recall one of the honourable members asking General Mkhonazi yesterday, last night, could have been around 11 o'clock or 11:30, so I may, my recollection may let me down, but someone asked him about the state of the police, and he's since this media briefing on the 6th, and I think his answer was that it's better than it was on the 6th of July, and there's been some improvements. I'm not sure whether you're able to comment on that, and whether some of these issues raised by Lieutenant General Mkhonazi at the media briefing on the 6th, whether some of these issues have been addressed or even remedied or corrected.
I would say, Honourable Chair, yes, some of the matters there has been improvement. For example, with regard to enrollment of cases, I would say it improved quite drastically. In the past, I know that it would take various members and or even the PKTT tremendous effort to get cases enrolled, and they will be shown from one pillar to post, and nobody being prepared to make a decision, because it's either you make a decision whether there is a case or there is no case to answer, simple as that. But they will be shown from pillar to post, but I'm sure the relevant team members, if any of them comes here, will be able to be specific on those, which required number of meetings. But yes, there's been a difference since then to today.
And I think, to be fair, I didn't hear Lieutenant General Mkhonazi say that that the police is in a state of crisis, certainly not in a crisis of a nature that we can't fix. He said very clearly that by and large things still work. Police still do their work. There's a lot of, I think as he described them, good men and women in the force doing an honest day's work, and that seems to accord with what you said earlier, is that things are working.
Yeah, no, it's true, Honorable Chair. As I said, yes, there are problems. We agree in the police, and we are trying our best to fix them. But we need support of everyone. We need support of the executive. We need support of parliamentarians. We need support of society. But of course, the practice is when you try to fix problems in the police, and people will run all over and involve yourself as members of parliament, involve other people, the executive, twisting facts and making facts to sound as if they are being victimized. And as a result, that disrupt the whole process of fixing or overhauling certain areas. So that unfortunately is what continues to repeat itself. Not that we are not doing anything as management of SAPS. We do attend to the problems. If I may be specific, let's say problems of crime intelligence. We were trying to fix them. With the former Minister Kele, I must say, we had a plan on how to fix it. We started halfway, it was new administration, he left, and then the new minister came, and unfortunately I never had opportunity to brief him, but we had plans to agree that let's make time brief and talk about the problems that are there in order to fix. So yes, they come a long way. And it's not that people are being targeted. It's about just correcting the wrongs and getting the organization to work more better. That's what we actually were looking for, or we were doing.
Now, apart from the social and other ills that we have in our country, which impact on the police service, we also worryingly hear and read about and hear from Lieutenant General Mkwanazi that there are problems in the upper echelons, higher echelons of the service, which we will discuss.
Yes, yeah, there are problems, but it's not problems that are beyond to be resolved. They can be resolved.
Yeah, no, I think we all happy to hear that they're not unsolvable or irresolvable, and that we can fix them. Because you would agree, it's important that they must be fixed.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yes, it's problems that have to be or need to be fixed.
I mean, if we look at your own position as the highest ranking official in our police service, over the past, how many years, we've had so many national commissioners, acting national commissioners. And I think hopefully you heading in that direction, but I don't think any of our national commissioners serve a full term. You've been appointed for 5 years, is that correct?
That is correct, Honorable Chair.
So your term will end somewhere in 2027.
That is correct.
Yeah. So you at least heading in the right direction. But none of our other national commissioners have even finished a term. One of the things that this honourable committee is mandated to look at and to present recommendations to the National Assembly is, how do we restore trust and confidence in the police? Okay, thanks. I do agree that
I'm sure, yes, the committee should look at that. But whether one ends the term, you will never know. But of course, I would want to finish the term. But sometimes it's not determined by the individual. It's determined by somewhere. It's determined somewhere in a little corner and cooked there and said, no, this one must now go. And they will fight tooth and nail to make you to go. So it's unfortunately the situation. But it's something that can be managed, averted, if there is cooperation by respective role players.
I'm interested that you use the word they. Who are they, General? Because you are appointed by the President.
Yes, I'm appointed by the President, but you will find that there will be criminal cartels that will go into a little corner, connive, and come up with a case. At the end of the day, whether there is a case or there is no case, the fact of the matter is you have been removed. That is the most important. So, and so that's the reality of the situation.
So are you saying that despite the fact, and it's a constitutional obligation on the President, despite the fact that the President makes the appointment of a National Commissioner, it's still subject to outside third-party influence?
Yeah, yes, it's subject to, yes, quite a lot of other factors, as I said. The President appoints the National Commissioner and you do the work, but there will be outside parallel structures that would want to take charge of the National Commission. If they can't, they will find ways of seeing how then can we remove him and replace him. So actually from day one, when you get appointed, there are already those that are working day and night to see how we can remove him. So it's not a calling that you are there, you are focusing on solely fighting crime. You are fighting crime, but you are also distracted on the sides. There is many plans day and night that are being concocted on how can we get rid of him. They have got ulterior motives, and if they can't get what they want, and they'll always keep planning. If a plan fails, they'll go for plan B, so it continues. Or plan C or D, whatever. That's how it happens.
So, does this take place within the police? Or is it both inside the force or the service and outside? Or is there a combination or a correlation between the two?
Yeah, it's mostly a combination of external and some, there might be some few inside. So that's how it happens.
Because it seems to be alleged by Lieutenant General Mkonazi that this is the case. The infiltration of the police service and of other sectors of our society, even the judiciary claims, correctional services, the magistracy, that there's this attempt to influence the direction in which the police should go or must go.
Yeah, no,
Do you identify with that allegation?
Yeah, some of them I heard of them, but I know that it's not a sweeping statement to say everybody in the JCP justice cluster or judiciary. No, it will be certain figures that in all areas, be it within the judiciary, some, and even in the criminal justice system. It's not everybody. It will be some few individuals that will come together and do. They go on places and caucus and plan as to what they want to do. So it's not to say is everybody is involved. No, it's some small groupings and or cartels that, or you can call it a gang, that will plot this. And if that whatever they plot fails, they'll start another one, or another group will start something else somewhere. So yes, of course, the whole purpose is to take control, and which, of course, we are not allowing that to happen. But of course, remember, we deal with people that are sophisticated, that knows what they are doing. So it takes time and quite challenging to get to them, because they know how to play the system.
Thank you, General. So I suppose we, and especially in this honorable committee, in terms of their mandate and in terms of what they need to propose to the National Assembly, they can only do what they can do. Now, one of the issues raised by Lieutenant General Gonazi, and which this honorable committee can perhaps give guidance to the National Assembly on how to fix it, is a statement that a big problem in the police is the mechanisms of appointment of high-ranking police officials, that there doesn't appear to be an alignment in the way high-ranking officials, and I'm going to take it to some specific provisions, and that this causes a conflict and could well be the reason that you have some of these issues that have arisen, especially in relation to the allegations that he makes. I mean, the one, I think, fairly obvious allegation he makes is that when people are appointed in the police, just generally speaking, they are not properly vetted. People join the force for various reasons, sometimes only because they need a job. There's unemployment. Other people join because they've got ulterior motives to get into the police. Other people join because there's nepotism. There's all kinds of reasons other than what he says are the right reasons, certainly why he joined the police, and that is to serve his country. So perhaps just that first comment about the sort of proper due diligence and vetting of individuals joining the police. Are you satisfied that proper procedures and processes are being followed to make sure that we have the right caliber of person becoming a police officer in this country?
Yeah, I think we are doing our best, but I will not say yes, all of them are vetted. Let me put it in this fashion. For quite some time, the division that is responsible for doing this function, that is vetting, that is crime intelligence. Well, people planned at some point earlier, the years around 2009, 2010, most of the systems, especially in the JCPS systems, have been scrambled, and of course, coming from in the previous, for example, the vetting capacity of crime intelligence, I think around 2010-11, there were not more than 7 people. And if you take 7 people against, well, at some point the police service was 200,000, surely you can see that the plan is for sure that they can't really touch anywhere. And we have since increased the number, but of course they are not yet at the right number. At least we increased the number to vet, but I can confirm that we are not at a stage where we can say we are comfortable. But with regard to your senior management, yes, every year they submit financial disclosures. We do lifestyle audit internally. Where there are red flags, we investigate them, and we identify risks. So much so that I can even say that the IMSA, which is the risk management institution of South Africa, this year they gave an award to, I think last week, they gave an award to South African Police Service as the best public department in managing and applying risk management. But what then is not yet home is that we don't have the capacity to fully vet the whole 186 workforce. We are still building that capacity. But luckily, with regard to senior management, in April this year, in as much as we have internally done our own lifestyle audit, I approached the SIU, Special Investigation Unit, and they do have a capacity. I said, no, come and vet us so that we can be vetted by an independent body, not that I undermine the internal, but it's best to have it done externally. And we had various meetings, and they will soon be about to start. We have cleared all the shortfalls or problems that were on the way, and there will be vetting. The senior management is about 840 or so. So they will start there. By myself, all the deputies going down, vetting everyone, auditing everyone. So that's what is coming now, which is independent than what we were doing ourselves. And the crime intelligence capacity, we increased last year or 2 years ago, we gave them 300 people. Last year we gave them, I think, another 600 and 1,000 this year. So, and we also said boost the vetting capacity so that at the end of the day, we can be able to vet everyone. But for now, the SIU, they are going to concentrate, as I said, on the senior management. From there are areas that we have identified: your financial directorate, supply chain directorate, your port of entries. So there are areas that we identified which they will, after senior management, go in there.
I think we're pleased to hear that, General, especially about the lifestyle audits of senior management, because it's an obvious start that we need to make to ascertain whether or not, quite simply, people are living beyond their means. You're not in agreement?
I am in agreement, Honorable Chair, that yes, that will also look at everyone if and see whether nobody live beyond his means, with regardless of who you are. So that's the right thing to do.
Except that, how do you do a lifestyle audit of members of the force who are involved in covert intelligence, in covert activities? And some of them, for the activities, they say no, they must drive a Lamborghini or a Ferrari or live in a lovely house as a front or as a cover for the work that they do. Or is there a special unit that would be able to do those lifestyle audits?
We do have members of the Auditor General South Africa that audit that environment. So now when we involve the SIU also, there will be those of them that obviously we will vet them, and after we vet them, then we'll allow them to get into that environment, understand it, and then be able to vet those. There will be nothing. There will be no limitations. Nothing wrong. If you do your work, you do your work, but they will be able to do the lifestyle audit.
Thank you. Now, I just want to spend some few minutes on the structure of the police and in particular management, and get to this point made by Lieutenant General Konazi about how this creates a tension or a conflict in upper management. Now, if you could just confirm for me that you have appointed, is it Mosekile? Mosekile, Mosokile, was your head of uniform policing?
It's a Musikidi.
Okay. And then you've appointed Lieutenant General Sabia as the head of the detectives.
That's correct.
But does he, and under that falls crime intelligence, of course, detective services and forensic services?
That is correct, Honorable Chair.
And then you've got, is it Lieutenant General Vuma for police support?
That is correct.
Now those appointments, you make those appointments as the National Commissioner.
Yeah, well, some I appointed, some I found them there.
You yourself, you're appointed, and the provincial commissioners are appointed in terms of our Constitution and the Police Act by the President.
I am appointed by the President, and then I appoint provincial commissioners
In concurrence with
concurrence with the provincial executive.
Sorry, that's right. And your appointment would be for a limited period of 5 years, although renewable.
Yeah, it's limited to 5 years, myself and also the provincial commissioners.
But where you make appointments like you have, those appointments are up to 7 years, but no longer than 10 years.
No, the appointments we make, if it's deputy national commissioners or divisional commissioners or any other senior manager, those appointments, they don't have a period.
So where appointments are made under the Police Act by you, those appointments for an unlimited period is like a permanent.
Yeah, they are permanent, correct.
Okay.
Unless whoever the next national commissioner, when he comes, he decide to restructure the police service in terms of the Police Act allows him, and he can then reappoint them anew or take them somewhere else. It depends, but those appointments are permanent. For example, I think with me, like General Vuma, she was appointed by the previous national commissioner with myself as the deputies that time. So, and she's still here now. In as much as we did undertake restructuring, but the restructuring of this tenure now is different to the ones that the previous national commissioners have, where they do a wholesale restructuring. The current one that I introduced was that we address only areas where there is a need. It's not a wholesale restructuring. For example, we have the police currently is national, provincial, and district, and then local. But the districts are very big, very huge, unmanageable for one person. So the restructuring that I undertook now, well, did touch on some of the national components a little bit. Not everybody is affected, but it's more concentrated on districts that are too big. For example, let's take Johannesburg as a district. There is over 40 police stations, or over 60 police stations, even here in Western Capes, over 40 police stations in the Cape Metropole. So to expect one person to manage those number of police stations is just unacceptable. You can't manage so many. So the current restructuring, which we are still implementing, is focusing more on creating sub-districts so that there are small manageable sub-district reporting to the district.
I want us just to focus though on the sort of most senior positions and to try and explore this issue of a tension and a conflict, because we also see that in terms of Chapter 6A of the Police Act, the Directorate for Priority Crime Prevention, established under the Act, that's a ministerial appointment with the concurrence of the Cabinet for a period of not shorter than 7 and not exceeding 10 years.
Yeah, that is correct, but that is a ministerial appointment, which the National Commissioner have got nothing to do with it.
Now, is that not a problem, that you have nothing to do with it? Given this position, I mean, just briefly described as we can look at the Act, but the Directorate of Priority Crime Prevention is clearly a very critical position, and arguably a number of these offences allegedly committed by certain individuals mentioned by Lieutenant Mkonazi would fall under this category of priority crimes, wouldn't it?
Yes, Honorable Chair, it is correct. The National Commissioner is not involved in the appointment. Well, it looks like it depends, I'm sure, from minister to minister. Some ministers will involve the National Commissioner in the selection of the appointment of the national head of DPCI. Some will choose not to involve the National Commissioner. So it looks like it's a prerogative of the minister. However, Yes, National Commissioner is the accounting officer for the whole department. But the legislation do allow, do dictate that the national head of DPCI reports to the minister, and the national commissioner is responsible for administrative support. In other words, budget-wise, I provide, and he will manage the budget and the resources. And determination of posts, he will finalize that with the minister, and on this side, I do provide only support. And if there is insufficient funds, well, there is nothing I can do. But the challenge with this type of configuration is that you are partially accounting for something. You are partially accounting and not fully accounting. So I'm responsible for administration of the organization. But the same law says the national head of DPCI will determine the fixed establishment of the DPCI. He is responsible for mobility of the members, that is promotion, appointment, and so on, independently so. So it is a challenge for me, I would say, to this committee. You should look at it very clear. It's either you have a bread, you can't have half a bread, or at some point you don't know how to manage this. It creates management problems, because at some point I will have a viewpoint on a specific matter, and the national head of DPCI, he will see it differently, and it becomes an impasse and a problem. So I think the legislature should decide. DPCI is part of SAPS, managed under the subs by the National Commissioner, or they are out, they are there independent, and they are managing themselves separately given the separate budget. If I can give you practical challenges, every year we allocate budget. We say so much is for, let's say, posts for, let's say, I say, DPCI will give you 500 posts, meaning my expectation is to see that if DPCI there were 50, and I give them, or there were 500, or let's say 1,000, I give them 500 posts. More or less, I expect them to be 1,500. But after you give them the budget, they go and they take the people below, they promote them up, and they remain 500. And the next year you give another money, they take the people below, they take them up, they remain the same number, and they say we are short. Now what do you do? I've got no powers to change whatever they are doing. So they become like, normally the structure is a pyramid, like the leadership at the top is very minimal and it goes down. And theirs start small and it goes up. Now, and you keep having shortage. For example, not that I accept that the work they do is serious and it requires people with integrity, people that will have sufficient, have been paid enough to can do the job. But it creates a problem. For example, if you take border police and the public order police in subs. Border police, I think there are about 7,000 plus in the country. And the commandant head of border police is the Major General. Public order police, there are about 9,000. And the head of public order police, the commandant head, is a Major General. The DPCI, they are about 2,008 or 3,000. and the national head of DPCI is a Lieutenant General. So that is equivalent to a deputy national commissioner, because the law says he must be created equivalent to a deputy national commissioner. Actually, the most senior deputy national commissioner. In other words, even when he gets appointed, he must be paid at the level of a senior deputy national commissioner. And you have a deputy national head who's also a lieutenant general, and you have a divisional commissioner who's also a lieutenant general. And you have about 2.8 or 3,000. Compare that with 9,000 and a level 14 major general. So it's those things that one says, I'm sure they need to be a relook. I'm not saying they shouldn't be compensated well. Well, they are being given an allowance, and as of 1st of October, myself and Minister, we approved a detective investigator allowance for our general detectives, including the DPCI. They're going to also benefit out of that. But the problem here is, yes, how it is managed, it creates a problem. Thank you.
So you acknowledge and accept that this whole, our current system does cause tensions, and you've described some examples.
Yeah, no, I do acknowledge. One school of thought also says that the national commissioner and the 9 provincial commissioners, well, the law says so, that the national commissioner and the 9 provincial commissioners form a board of commissioners. And then, of course, we have got members of the service, and the national commissioner then, in terms of certain proclamations, appoint deputy national commissioners, appoint divisional commissioners, and all other ranks going on. So there is 2 different school of thought to say, no, there should only then be, the senior ranks in subs should only be the national commissioner and the provincial commissioner. And then everybody else should be lower ranks. So, but also another school of thought says the national commissioner can organize and reorganize the service, and in order to manage, you can establish certain ranks. Hence, we have the deputy national commissioners and the divisional commissioners. So it's an area that was never interrogated quite thoroughly, because of course the whole police service, you can't have national commissioner and the 9 provincial commissioners alone. But at the same time, you can't have the national commissioner alone at head office managing the police service. Otherwise, how are you going to deal with all these other facets? Hence, the necessity to have the other lieutenant generals managing certain groupings of divisions.
Yeah, so for example, attention clearly is where the head of the Hawks, appointed by the minister, and you've described how that creates problems in terms of even building capacity within the Hawks. It's a decision taken by the head of the Hawks, appointed by the minister. You've described the problem with the ranks and seniority, and it's something that Lieutenant Kwanazi touched on. For example, even though he's a lieutenant general, and Sabia is also a lieutenant general, you know, he would expect Lieutenant General Sabia to respect him as a more senior officer in the police service. But even it seems worse for Lieutenant General Kunazi is that here is a person who's been appointed not in terms of the Constitution, but in terms of the Police Act. Sabia is now head of detectives, head of forensics, and now coming sort of into his territory, his jurisdiction in KZN, and wanting literally to pull rank and ordering dockets to be removed from his domain, KZN, and these dockets must be taken to head office in Pretoria. You've heard of that tension described by Lieutenant General Mkonazi.
Yeah.
That's why I raised the issue of the appointment procedures and so on, in that, to contextualize it, it's this issue that's raised by Lieutenant General Mkonazi.
I did, Honorable Chair, heard of that dispute or contention. Yes, the the Deputy National Commissioners and the Divisional Commissioners, of course, the rule is when they go and do something in a province, normally you will liaise with the head of police in the province, which is the provincial commissioner. If you couldn't do it immediately, as soon as you finish what you were doing, you then immediately thereafter inform him. For example, if it's a clandestine or covert operation, you can execute whatever operation, but immediately thereafter inform the provincial commissioner. But of course, the removal of dockets belongs to a police station which belongs to the province. So yes, you need to inform him when you do such, when you take dockets.
So is it a matter of just informing him, is a matter of consulting with him, or is a matter where, like Lieutenant General Sabir is coming to say when he appears here, is that I'm the head of the detectives. Any detective that I give an instruction to anywhere in the country must comply with my instructions. I want that docket. I want to look at that docket.
Yeah, that's not how it works. Even myself, I can't just go into a province and say, no, I want that docket. What would be the reason? You must consult the provincial commissioner and tell him why you are doing that which you are doing. If the provincial commissioner is involved in a crime, yes, you might have a reason not to tell him. But if he's not, why would you then just get into a province and do it? It's not that to say if you are a deputy national commissioner, you have absolute power or authority on any detective in the country. You have authority in terms of policy that we will draft, it gets sent into the organization. But when it comes to the implementation of that policy, it is implemented by the provincial commissioner down there. And in case there are problems, they will inform you what is the problem with policy. But when it comes to the execution of the job or the work, the provincial commissioner in that province is responsible for policing there, of course subject to whatever directives I can give, and or if it's delegated to the deputy national commissioner, yes, he can talk to the provincial commissioner. Under normal working circumstances, people will talk, there will be no problem. But if it's a matter of where you must then want to issue an instruction and there are problems, obviously you do have the national commissioner that you can consult to say I have a problem in this area or whatever it is. But you can't go into a province and just do anything or act without involving the provincial commission. If it happens, sometimes it does happen, yes, but immediately thereafter, you must bring the provincial commissioner into the picture.
Now there's two issues. Seemingly, the one is, or perhaps I want to ask you to comment. Is that a structural issue? Is it a personality issue? Or or is it an issue? Is it a jurisdictional issue? Because surely, if a crime is, because the Act provides for it, isn't it? The Act provides for how you define a priority crime. And we're not going to go through that. So it's a priority crime. It falls under that directorate, doesn't it? Irrespective of whether that crime was committed in any part of the country.
That is correct. A priority crime, yes, it will be a prioritized wherever, doesn't matter which area of the country it happens. And when it comes to the legally priority crimes, of course, that's where we have the DPCI, which is responsible for investigating priority crimes, and it is that head of the DPCI that can declare a specific crime as a priority crime. But generally, crimes that myself and the general police prioritize, there's nothing wrong in that. We can do it anywhere in the country. The structure of the organization is like is a matrix structure. So there are areas where you, for example, the head of DPCI do talk to me, do report certain things to me, but he have got a fixed reporting line with the Minister of Police, and hence the provincial commissioners also reports to me. But under normal circumstances, when people do not have any personalities, they will talk to the deputies. There will definitely not be a crime. It's not the first time that there is a deputy national commissioner and there is provincial commissioner. It has been there all along, and I operated in that seat for I think over 10 years, and I never had this type of problems. So I would say it's a personality probably issue. So it's something that can work if people are working together.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't legislate or prescribe personality issues. But what you can do is to try and avoid those clashes by making sure that the procedures are prescribed and must be followed. In other words, if a procedure is prescribed, stay in your lane. This is what you do, this is what I do. But we're not going to resolve the personality issues today. The problem, isn't it, also that priority crime, the Hawks, they have provincial offices and they have heads in those provinces.
It is correct, they do.
And those heads report to the director of priority crimes, the head of the Hawks.
That is correct, Honorable Chair.
And the provincial directors account to the head of the Hawks. They don't account, say for example, if a priority crime in KZN, that director is not going to account to the provincial commissioner of KZN.
Yeah, that's correct. But he will attend meetings of the provincial commissioner. He will report whatever he wants to report. And some of the matters he might not report. He will only report to the national head of the DPCI.
So in this case, in this specific instance of the dockets, the 121 PKTT dockets, where the head of priority crimes instructs that provincial director to remove the dockets from KZN and take it to Pretoria. Why would there be a problem with such an instruction, or would you expect that provincial director to consult still with the provincial commissioner of KZN, because that docket is now going to be removed from KZN and taken to Gauteng?
Yeah, the provincial head of the DPCI, of course, As I said, the national head of DPCI is empowered in terms of law to declare which crimes are priorities. So, but when he can, once he have declared, he can, national head can talk to the provincial commissioner to say, I want this following case dockets through him directly, or he can through the provincial head of the DPCI ask or inform the provincial commissioner that such and such a cases are required by the national head of DPCI.
But of course, in this scenario also, I must be fair to you and also make sure that I get my facts straight. Sabia is not the head of priority crimes.
No, he's not. The national head of the DPCI was Lieutenant General Libya,
Yeah.
which retired. Currently, there is acting national head of DPCI, which is Lieutenant General Nkosi.
Yeah.
So, yes, in terms of, well, in their case, in terms of law, that's how it happened. But in terms of Sabia is not national head of DPCI, and he should work with the provincial commissioner. But also, the working of the DPCI also is not without faults or problems. It does impact policing in a way, especially as I said, the way certain crimes are prioritized. For example, when let's say cash in transit becomes a problem in the country, the society, everybody else will be looking at me and the police to say we must do something. And the national head of DPCI have declared CIT a priority crime, and he will take those dockets and investigate them. I can establish a task team or say let's focus on this, and they might come into the meeting with their hands empty, and then I say we must now analyze dockets and see where is the problem. In certain places, in specific cases, they will bring the dockets, get analyzed, and let's chase the robbers. But in some instances, if they come empty-handed, and they will look at each other with the other detectives and combat teams, and then you have a problem. And they will say, well, it's our mandate, we are busy investigating those dockets. So when they're going to catch the criminals, you don't know. But
No docket.
when it comes to accountability, I must account. So that's the challenge that is out there. But with regard to this case of General Sabia going to a province, taking dockets, no, it's not regulated by, it's not the one regulated by the Police Act of DPCI. No, it's mostly just a liaison with, that's the one that he must just liaise with the province and consult, and then, yeah, they agree on what they do.
Yeah, because Sabia falls under you. You appointed him. He must conform to your directives as a national commissioner, and where cooperation, consultation is required so that you can make the system work, that must be followed.
That is correct, Honorable Chair.
But if you have a situation as you described, which is quite scary, if not worrying for us as citizens, where they're coming to a meeting and say, hey, where's the docket? No one knows where the docket is. And it's exacerbated, like maybe in the cases that Lieutenant General Kwanazi is talking about, where this problem is induced artificially by certain people, especially in the case of organized crime. It becomes a huge problem, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, I do agree, yes. It becomes a problem. It's something I'm sure the committee at some point will have to look at on how to structure it. That's why I was saying you cannot have half a loaf of bread. It's either you have a bread or you have no bread. So I think that will be a best solution. Because sometimes if you say, no, I want progress on this case, and they've got no obligation to tell you the progress of the case, they report somewhere. So it becomes an issue.
Now, just to round off on the structures, there's the Act, the Police Act, Section 10 makes provision for a board of commissioners, which consists of the national and provincial commissioners. And the function of that board is to promote cooperation and coordination of the service. Now, how many times do you meet this board of commissioners?
We meet once a quarter.
Once a quarter.
But how it is constituted currently is that it is not only the 10 people that you are counting there. We also include, we had quite long deliberations, I think it's before my time, and we included the Deputy National Commissioners and the Divisional Commissioners in the Board of Commissioners. So yeah, we meet once a quarter. And some of, yes, it's an area, of course, that is subject to deliberations. At some point, we had the board consisting of the 10 coming to give feedback to others. And at some point, as I said, I think it's 2019, before I became National Commissioner, where then we decided to include both the Divisional Commissioners and the Deputy National Commissioners, so that the executive management is all on board of whatever decisions are made in the organization.
Now that is the position de facto, as a matter of fact, but it's not prescribed in the legislation.
Correct, it's not prescribed in the legislation. All we did is just we added the extra people to what is in the legislation.
So would you be in favor of at least what appears to be a fairly obvious an amendment to the legislation, that this board, well, it obviously will have to be renamed because it's the Board of Commissioners. It's no longer, because it's the National Commission and the 9 provincial commissioners, some maybe Board of Senior Management or something like that, where all these heads that you appoint, there's the priority crimes appointed by the minister, all of these heads and the deputies are all included in this consultative body. Would you be in favor of such an amendment to the law?
Yeah, I would be in favor of such. Hence I took over also. I didn't change it to what it is. I left it the way it is. The reason why I will do that is the current, what is in the legislation, the 9 provincial commissioners and the national commissioner, 10 people. It practically it brings quite a number of challenges to the table. You have 10 people. To put it practically is to say you have 10 people in a boardroom. They are all temporary workers. Myself, if I finish my term, I'm left with about a year left. I think yesterday you asked Mkonazi as to how far he goes. I think he said next year early.
March 20.
Yes. Then you will have somebody who's finishing January next year, somebody finishing December 2025, somebody finishing April next year. So you have 10 people who are in a boardroom to decide and make long-term decisions of an organization. But they are human beings, and they might also have their own interest at times. Now, if we look at it practically, these 10 temporary workers, maybe they are all left in less than 6 years, but they must take decisions, that far-reaching decisions for an organization that will remain there even after they've left. Even the one leaving next month must take a decision that will have a long-term impact in the organization. So that's what motivated the idea that let's involve people that will have at least carry forward the memory lane, have a brain, that have a memory book of the organization going forward. That's what motivated that. And we have seen it in the past where, for example, a provincial commissioner will promote certain people, and when he moves to the next province, he will promote those very same people above those that he finds in that province, even if he's left with a year or so. So that, well, national must intervene and rectify that, but that's one of the challenges that says, yes, the law says the Board of Commissioners have these 10 people, but practically these people are driving an organization that will be there tomorrow and still in the future. So the interest of the organization will have, it's long term, it's far reaching, it's not short term of tomorrow. And so that's why I will say I'm in favor of the current way of composition, which include deputy national commissioners, divisional commissioners, because you really have interest of the organization. Because if you really have, these ones, I might be using the wrong term, I say they're temporary workers. One is left with a month, one is left with 2, one is left with 3, and they are alone in a boardroom, they are deciding for an organization. It just doesn't augur well. That's my summary. I might be wrong. Thank you.
But General, this board, which may now be renamed, if changes are made which you accept, that board doesn't have any decision-making powers, so it doesn't affect the organization going forward. What I read to you is that section was 10.2 of the Act. It talks about, or the main function of that board is to discuss ways of facilitation and consultation. In other words, these jurisdictional issues, the conflicts that arises from national appointments, provincial appointments, it seems to me that that's the main function of that board, is to iron out any of those differences and issues. So that, quite frankly, it doesn't matter whether the one sitting there from the provincial commission has got a month left, or another deputy has got a year or 2 left. They're not making any decisions that take us into the future. Or I'm not sure whether you were thinking of some other structure.
Yeah, well, if that is the only structure recognized, so they will be making inputs to policy of the organization, which that policy will affect the organization going forward.
Now, in this year, when is the last time that the board met?
Yeah, I can't remember, but it must be somewhere in May, June, I'm sure. Somewhere there.
So if you met in May, June, Lieutenant General Nkonazi would have been in such a meeting. And from what you say, even though it's not prescribed in the Act, your other heads of divisions would also have been in such a meeting in May or June. Would that be correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, he will have been in such a meeting, yes.
So the issues raised by General Nkonazi in July on the 6th, were any of those issues raised or touched upon in this Board of Commissioners meeting? If so, why were they not raised? They clearly issues of national importance, great importance to all of us.
Yeah, no, well, I'm sure he can answer that, but no, they were not raised, as far as I remember.
Could one not have expected Lieutenant General Nkonazi to raise it at such a meeting, given, and we're going to refer to some of them, given the frustration on his part that no one seemed to be listening to him. He raised this, he raised it with you, he raised it with, tries to raise it with the minister, it's not getting anywhere, and then he said, no, because the 6th of July for him was, you know, was the straw that broke the camel's back. He's had enough. He can only now appeal to the general South African population and tell them this is what's happening in the police force. So why, sorry, I'm being long-winded. Why was that not raised in this Board of Commissioners meeting?
Thanks, Honorable Chair and members. Well, I do not have the minutes of the board, but I don't remember the matter being raised at such meeting. Of course, some matters, I'm sure they are sensitive, might need to be raised in certain forums. So I won't be able to say whether he raised it or he didn't raise it, but I don't remember the matter has been raised. So, yeah.
Did you know that, or let me ask you a more friendly question. You know Lieutenant General Nkonazi, you know him quite well. Tell us a little bit about that and whether you have a relationship with him.
Well, I know him as a police official, a young man in the organization. I think I knew him many years ago. I'm not sure.
He was a youngster in KZN.
Yeah, I was still a youngster in KZN. Okay. I think I was by then a director. That was a brigadier then. I was a unit commander of the public order police in Durban. I think somewhere in the year 2000 or 2001, and he was around for, he came at the unit where I was for special task force selection. And they went for selection in the premises, and at some point, I don't know what happened there. Looks like the instructors cheated them in terms of points during selection. Like if you run or you jump certain kilos or you run whatever obstacles within certain minutes, you pass. You don't do this, you fail. So how I know him, he just walked into my office at some point, and he said to me, and I can't tolerate what's happening there. The beggar says, but I mean, who are you? What do you want? Then he explained himself that I think he was from Public Order Police, Shepston. He's here for selection for task force, and either two of them and him were robbed or cheated on the selection. They are being made to fail, whereas there's one or two white guys that came behind them. They were made to pass. And so I said, okay, I could see that he was very unhappy. So I went there, the back. Well, I wasn't in charge of those people. They just came to use my premises for selection. So I went to see the instructor and ask as to what was happening. And I did find that, yeah, indeed there is a problem in terms of how they made some pass and some fail. And I said, no, you must rectify this. And they rectified it immediately. And he went for the special task force training. And he came back, stationed at Special Task Force Durban. He worked there. I forgot about him. And then one day he ventured again in my office and said, no, and I can't tolerate what's happening there because the whites are oppressing them and this and that. He wants to go out of this unit. And then I said, okay, how many Africans you are there? I think there were 2 or 3. Amongst over 20 or 8 or 12 whites. And I says, no, but there is a beginning for everything. You don't run away, you stay there. Then I engaged the section commander in Pretoria for Special Task Force and the divisional commissioner about the conditions. And they addressed them, and then he stayed there for some time. And at some point he was promoted, I think, a captain at the same unit, and he continued working. And later, I think he was promoted. I don't know whether he was promoted. He became a lieutenant colonel. I'm not sure, but I suspect he might have moved from captain to colonel. Appointed commander of special task force in Pretoria, and he went Pretoria. He worked there. And at some point, he came to say, no, he's tired of this discrimination. He wants out of this thing. And again, I said, but there should be black people in special task force, and there is always a start. If those that we start with, you run away, and we can't tolerate this. And he referred to me, other people, like the guy he found in Durban, that guy is there in Durban, he's not moving anywhere, he's working nicely there, so why can't I be like him? Then I said, but there is a start for everything, then you must stay there. And at some point, I became national head of operations in Pretoria, so he was also falling within my my component. So those challenges still and now and then did come, and I would address them, because as a unit commander where he was, the section commander was a white guy, so, and yeah, eventually became a brigadier or director, and yeah, then he flew on his own. That's how I know him.
So you gave him wings? And he
Yeah,
just
it
took
wasn't
off.
easy, but
Well, and he seems to be the same. If he sees or senses or feels that he's not being fairly treated, he will complain and
Correct.
take up the issue. Is that how you know him?
yeah, no, that's how I know him.
Even former Minister Cele described him as a really top cop. You're not surprised with that description?
No, I am not surprised. I know how he thinks and how he works.
But former Minister Cele did, however, say that he's not a politician. And he confirmed last night, he said he's got no interest in politics.
No. He definitely have no interest in politics. He's just a cop doing his work, and that is it.
Yeah.
And like I think recently they said this fight with General Sibia might be related to the post of DPC advertised. I mean, surely practically it's not possible for him to do that because, as I said earlier, remember, the national head of DPCI, whoever is get appointed, will be, after appointment, your salary will be based on the most senior deputy national commissioner, which in this case, whoever gets appointed, he will go to the salary notch of Lieutenant General Vuma. He's the most senior now. So now when you go to Lieutenant General Mkonazi, he has been Lieutenant General over 10 years. So meaning his notch is far more than the most senior deputy. So practically, he can't be applying for a post where his salary will take a dip. So
Is he on 15?
yeah, they are all level 15,
Yeah.
but the salary notch will differ.
But the within the grade, there are notches.
Correct, yes.
Yeah. And you still a higher notch than him. You still a higher notch than Lieutenant General Nkwanazi.
That's correct, yes.
But that was also the case in 2011 when he was appointed as the acting national commissioner. You were one of the deputy national commissioners. You recall that?
I recall that.
So this, I wouldn't call him a boy, this youngster who ran into your office, he said, hey, I ran 11 seconds, but they put on my form I ran 12, 13 seconds. And these other white guys who ran 13, 14 seconds, they've now been appointed and I haven't. This same young man, he now gets appointed as the acting national commissioner. What was your reaction?
Well, it was quite surprising, perplexing. I mean, how did it, there were deputy national commissioners, you go and take a major general and he wasn't long a major general for that matter. He was failing you in that rank and appointed a deputy national commissioner. But of course, remember the constitution says the president will appoint a man or a woman as the national commissioner. So the then president, that's what he decided. The problem was we are lieutenant generals. We have an acting national commissioner, he's here in front of us. He is a major general. Now, how do we do now?
So you had to promote him.
Yes, we had to promote him at least to be equal to us in rank. That's how it happened.
And in that relatively, I think it was just under a year, I think he was acting national commissioner for about 10, 11 months. How did you find him as a national commissioner? And you were a deputy.
Yeah, well, he, of course, he was new in the field, so he did work with the deputies well, and he learned fast, and even the divisional commissioners, he did learn fast, and he did his best, I think.
You know now, of course, after many years as a fact, but did you know what the reason was that he then asked to be relieved of that acting appointment?
Yeah, well, he told us that the way he was asked, or the way he was treated by the then minister, he didn't like it. Whatever they said he must do, he didn't like it, so he said they would rather part ways so that he go back where he was.
So Yeah, he alleged, and I think we know some of the detail of that. And, out of respect, I don't want to explore that. It's also not particularly relevant to our terms of reference. But it seems he alleged ministerial interference. So he appears to be a man of principle. Is that how you got to know him, Lieutenant General Kunazi?
Yeah, no, that's how I understood him that time and now, yes. That they differed on that and he walked away.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, is this a convenient time to take a lunch break?
Yes, I wanted to say that when you finish this part, it's 1 o'clock, we must break for lunch. And then, honorable members, we will come back at 2. Yeah, because we started at 11. Yeah. Okay. Senior counsel, we resume. It's 2 minutes past 14 hours. Can you run for the next 2 hours?
Yes, Honourable Chair. May I proceed, Chair? Good afternoon, General Masemola and everyone else, honourable members, honourable Chair. Just before I proceed, Chair, maybe it's a point of criticism. I proceeded on the basis that you and all the honourable members have at least had the opportunity of reading General Masemola's statement. And that's why I didn't ask him just to simply read it, so that I assume that at least you and the honourable members have that background. Okay, thank you. General, can we just move on to another topic? That is the political killings task team. And as you know, the terms of reference requires us to evaluate the effectiveness of this political killings task team and its official status. So just before I ask you about your view, your opinion, your thoughts on the success or otherwise of this team, what is your knowledge of the political killings task team? What was your involvement in it, if any? We know that we know the sort of background to it when the President announced in May 2018 the establishment, or rather this initiative to establish the task team in Parliament. And at that time, you of course held another, what position did you hold in May 2018? Sorry, General?
Just switch yours off.
Switch mine.
Thank you, Honourable Chair and members. Yeah, my involvement, maybe it, I think one needs to get the background to understand where it come from. It started somewhere around, I think, 2017, early, if not 2016. I'm not precisely. Can't remember the precise period. There were, of course, matters in KwaZulu-Natal, political matters or matters that are related to the killing of politicians. And there was then a task team established. That task team, I might just miss the date, but I remember very well that I established that task team. It was a provincial task team. It was established by myself together with the then Minister of Police, Fikile Mbalula. Because I remember.
If you don't mind, so I just need to speed up a bit, given our time. But you do deal with it from paragraphs 19 through to 25 of your affidavit. So if you want to refresh your memory, or you want to look at some aspect, you may refer to your affidavit, to your statement.
All right, thanks, Honourable Chair. Yeah, it was around 2017, I think, early, if not 2016, when the matter of political killings in the province of KwaZulu-Natal was a problem. And we went there. It was myself and the then Minister of Police, Fikile Mbalula. I was still a deputy national commissioner by then. What I remember very well is because we flew there, one of the smaller aircraft of subs to Durban, and from Durban we flew straight here in Cape Town. So we established a provincial task team consisting of members of various stations from within KwaZulu-Natal, headed by a brigadier from DPCI in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, who is currently the Deputy Provincial Commissioner of Detectives here in this province in Cape Town. So that team worked, as I said, it might have been late 2016 probably, and it worked, and it did not really yield quite good results. So then in May 2018, when the president visited the scene of the killing of an ANC member, Kashanam Khunu in Pietermaritzburg, then he announced that the IMC should establish or should do something about political killings in the province. And members met, the DGs and commissioners, they met, and as officials, we assessed the work of the team that was there, and we find that it's not really yielding much results. It's blocked by local politics and so on, and then we advised the then National Commissioner to dissolve that team. It was dissolved, and we restarted afresh. And as we started afresh, now we move from taking members from local stations in KZN. We went out of other provinces to go and then get members from the other provinces. And in that time, we also included, we took there was a task team that was existing dealing with rhino poaching, which was successful, headed by the then Brigadier Khumalo, and we brought that skills to come and assist us. And the current provincial commissioner, I think he was acting in that province by then, and they work out on a new strategy, and that's how the PKTT was formed. So the local one, as I said, was bogged down by sort of local politics. Hence we said we need a team that will be integrated from various provinces. And indeed, that's how this team then started the work in 2018, and it continued as a multidisciplinary task team comprising of members from the National Prosecuting Authority. We also, of course, established a steering committee that was reporting to the IMC, consisting of officials from JCPS departments, be it Justice, Correctional Services, NPA, as well as the corrections. And thereafter, as I said, the steering committee was established, which consisted of senior officials from the same departments. The steering committee chairperson was then Lieutenant General Libya, the head of national head of DPCI. He was chairing the steering committee, and the steering committee will, of course, together with Lieutenant General Khumalo and the Provincial Commissioner of KZN, will then report to steering committee, and they will together report to IMC. IMC would regularly have press briefings where they would update the nation in terms of the work that is being done. And that's how the team continued. And later there was a problem at the University of Fort Hare, and we went there, myself with the then Minister of Police, Minister Kele. We listened to the briefing, and we realized that the province was involved in the investigation of cases there, as well as the DPCI in the province, and but there were still some killings happening, and we enlisted the assistance of PKTT to come and investigate cases. There were cases of murders that happened there. And after the PKTT got involved, there was some progress that they have made, because they did arrest a number of people that they brought to book for murder, as well as other crimes of fraud and or corruption.
Yeah, just to pause there is just two things. Was this political killings task team not specifically tasked to address that problem, and of course to find the perpetrators and bring them to book? Of course, I suppose historically it's been marked mostly in KZN, but of course also other parts of the country. So wasn't in the first place that the focus of that team, a political killings task team? And secondly, this political killings task team, although you described how the team, how you integrated members from other parts of the country, other divisions and so on, into the team and formed this multidisciplinary task team, it was focused mostly in KZN. So my question relating to, for example, the Fort Hare, was it the...
Senior Counsel, there is an honorable member, Nomvalo.
No, apologies for interrupting, SC. I just need a confirmation for the purposes of my records. I didn't hear well on the part of beefing up the new task team that was appointed in 2018. When was the NPA also part of the new task team? Because I don't know if I heard correctly, but you said you beefed it up with members of the NPA. Did I get you correctly?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Yes, when one of the flaws or the failures of the previous team was that they were working in silos, alone, and they had no prosecutor-guided investigation. Then, in 2018, the new team, the PKTT, then we seek also the assistance of the National Prosecuting Authority to have advocates that are dedicated to assist the team. And indeed, yes, they were made available that we're working with the team.
You can proceed, Senior Counsel.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So just those two aspects. The one is the political killings task team. Was it only confined to political killings in KZN, even though as the team changed its membership, its focus became multidisciplinary, there was a prosecutor specifically appointed and so on. Wasn't it just KZN? Because we also know now from your evidence, and of course before that General Kwanazi's evidence, that it also went to the Eastern Cape and then subsequently not in any detail, but also in Gauteng.
Yeah, that is correct, Honorable Chairperson. The team was established for political killings in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and they function mainly there. But as they were successful in that province in the investigation, bringing people that have committed those murders to account, then when we encountered the problem at the University of Fort Hare in Eastern Cape, then we discussed with the minister, and I took the decision that because here we are not successful, so in order to make a breakthrough, let me bring the team that we know and think will be successful. And hence, indeed, the team, they came to Eastern Cape Fort Hare, and they were successful. There were some killings. I think the fleet manager was already more than a year or so killed, no breakthrough. And when we went there, it was the driver of the vice chancellor who was killed, and still there was no breakthrough. And after we brought the team, they were able to make a breakthrough in all those cases and other cases.
But it also seems, and there's I'm sure you read it, they also ventured into the complaints of corruption at Fort Hare University. And you would have seen recently that one of the forensic lawyers, attorneys who was arrested, who had subsequently now been released from the case, I think charges were withdrawn, had complained about the conduct of the political killings task team.
Yeah, I did hear about that, and of course, when there are allegations, those allegations are being investigated. I'm aware. General Sibia did make me aware that they are investigating such allegations, and of course, we will then wait for the investigation and see what comes out. But what I was told was that as the team arrived there, they worked with the security manager of the university, like we do whenever there is violence, whatever, in the university. The entry there, the person that you work with is normally the security manager of the institution, which in this case they did the same as they arrived at Fort Hare. And I understand from the brief that I get that they trusted and worked with the security manager. They drank tea, they ate with him, he assisted them where he can, voluntarily so, but they continued with their investigation. And as the case unravels going forward, their breakthrough in those murder cases turn out to be the same person that is next door to them that was assisting them. The same team, they didn't say we were drinking tea with you yesterday, or you assisted me with a fare to go home, whatever. They arrested him for where they find him to be wrong. So I'm aware of those.
Okay. Yeah, I suppose if you're investigating a particular crime and you come across other crimes being committed, then as a police officer, you're duty bound to pursue that alleged crime and also to investigate it. So, point being, in this case, we know that there were some murders that took place there in the Eastern Cape at Fort Hare. But I suppose the background to that was the corruption that was uncovered.
That is correct, yes. There was corruption at the university, which was being investigated for quite some time. And when they were investigating these matters, it led them to the corruption, and they find quite a lot of other people that were involved. And I won't know the details of everybody who was arrested and charged, but I know that uncovered and unraveled that there is a number of people involved, and they charged those people and brought them to book.
Now, just to quickly get through these facts, the political killings task team became a national project. It was sourced or resourced and funded from the budget, your budget, as the National Commissioner. And the life of that task team was extended from time to time, most recently until, I think, March 2026. 2026.
Yes, the funding of the political killing task team, whether it is in working in KwaZulu-Natal or is assisting Eastern Cape or is assisting Gauteng, that budget is being paid from national, from myself and the CFO, and yeah, that's how we have been funding the political killings task team all along. And there were stories that there are monies from Secret Service account that have been used and so on, but I'm aware that there is no such. All monies that were used are monies for open account. But of course, if there are members from that environment of undercover operations working with the team, they will not use the open account. They will use the monies from their account where they come from. But the political task team in its entirety, they use the budget from national open account in terms of bid vehicles, resources, any other, and SNT and accommodation all the way.
Okay. Now, we also know that that you, as the National Commissioner, together with your team, you would have reported to this interministerial committee that was initially appointed, established by the President. You would report to them on I think twice a year, and have meetings with that interministerial committee, police, defense, justice and constitution development, state security, defense, yeah, about 5 or 6 ministers.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, indeed, we were reporting to the IMC on a quarterly basis. But of course, those meetings end up not being sustained. But every quarter we would, the ministers would come together, and the coordinator of the PKTT, which is Lieutenant General Kumalo, and the PC will prepare a report for us as a steering committee. We will brief the ministers, and the ministers will brief the nation. I must say, at the beginning, when the team started, it started from 2018. I think we gave it 6 months, if I'm not mistaken. And then in that course of 6 months, we realized that all the cases where they made success or they managed to make a breakthrough, cases have been postponed beyond the 6 months. And then we changed it to 1 year. Again, cases were not tried, but all postponed beyond the 12 months. Until we realized that this is a problem, and at some point we said no. When the ministers, when we give press briefing, the ministers must announce that the team is permanent, so that we can get cases to start being trialed. And that trick, indeed, it did work, and cases started being trialed.
But I mean, the team itself was not permanently appointed as a unit or a structure or a division within your organogram, your organizational structure.
That's correct, Honorable Chair. It's not a structured unit. It is just a task team where members will be called. You work for 2 or 3 months, and you will go back home. Another one comes, and sometimes those that have cases, they might, if their case get postponed, they might go back and come back as and when those cases come forward. So it was a task team. It was never a unit, a structured unit that is on a structure of subs, no.
The extension of the life of the unit, the task team, from time to time, would that have first been discussed or consulted with the interministerial committee, or was that a decision taken by you and the leader or the group leader of the task team?
It was, the Honorable Chair, motivated by, of course, the leader of the task team, and it will be brought to us, and will motivate. Before then, we'll motivate to the then National Commissioner, and he will then consider it. And of course, yeah, the team never had a very smooth sail, because you would know that from financial point of view, financial people say it can't be a team forever. It must either be no more there, or it must become a unit. But one would explain to them that if you take the history of this team into consideration, you can't make it a unit, because if it's a unit, means it's a localized or provincialized unit in KZN. And we already come from there. The previous team, we saw it failed because it get entangled with local issues. So we had to now and then convince the leadership or the then National Commissioner that it continues. And even now under myself, there were those ups and downs where at some point people say, no, this team must either be done away with or become a unit. But if one understands the work they do and the impact that normal, ordinary detectives have tried this, have traveled this, and they could not make any breakthrough. So we need the team. So that's how the team kept on then surviving.
And by extending from time to time the life of this task team, 6 months to a year and so on, and rotating the membership of the team, making sure that cases don't collapse because the team must continue and prosecutions continue. Those decisions sounds to me like they were all made for operational reasons, and they were ultimately your responsibility.
Yeah, that is correct. And yes, we were, myself and of course the team, I was making those decisions as we go along.
And your meetings with the interministerial committee, those meetings were really report back meetings to inform them of progress, how you're doing, whether it in fact is still necessary to keep this team and to keep them together, and I suppose to report to them on success or lack of success. Would that be the purpose of those meetings?
Yeah, the purpose was that we report to them progress that has been made. Of course, where we need assistance and or decisions or normally assistance from them, we will then indicate as such. Like at some point we did indicate that the cases of the team are all over, and the postponement affect the team quite a lot with longer periods. We suggested that shouldn't the Department of Justice consider a special court where they can centralize this case. So that request was escalated to the IMC and for consideration by the relevant ministers. And I think they came to give feedback that no, there is a problem with that, and they couldn't operationalize that suggestion.
So I take it that the whole idea behind the interministerial committee was that there was a recognition that this task team will have to be a dedicated team, but it will have to be populated with individual dedicated personnel, which will have to be drawn from the various departments, of course, which were politically headed by ministers. So, for example, a prosecutor, it's the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. It may even be some military expert, or maybe you need some military equipment, so the Minister of Defense was there, and so on. So the different disciplines were there, and you go to these meetings. If you needed assistance, help, then you could appeal to them and say, we need you, or the state security agency, we need intelligence or intelligence reinforcement. That minister would be there, speak to the DG in that department, allocate someone maybe to work on that team. Was that more or less the rationale behind this committee?
Yeah, that's correct, Honorable Chairperson. That was the idea, so that the assistance we get much more is accessible and quicker. Like I was giving also the example of the centralization of the court. A court was even identified. I think it was Saudi Court in the south of Durban. So, which the then Minister of Justice said you'll try and see if they can make it happen between him and the DG Justice. But I think in terms of law, they they find some hiccups, and that couldn't succeed. But indeed, yes, the IMC will brief them in terms of the work of the team, the successes, where are the problems, those that we have fixed, we fixed. And if there is anything that is beyond the DGs, will then be escalated to the IMC. But it was mostly report back, and the IMC will then report back to the nation in terms of what the team is doing.
So, General, your overall assessment, you've mentioned it several times, was that it was, one, necessary to establish such a task team, because the political killings, especially in KZN, was out of control, and so this team had to be established. And since its establishment in 2018, it has been a success. Is that the sum total of your evidence?
Yeah, if I sum it up, yes. Cases that were not resolved, this team was able to resolve them, and the team, yeah, I would say it was a success. They arrested a lot of people for murder and related cases.
Just to, sorry, General, just to assist you again, if you want to highlight anything, we've got it in your statement. You can look at from page 15. You deal with the success of the PKTT. There's some tables there with statistics, and you deal with it up to page 18, paragraph 33.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. As of February 2025, the team had 612 dockets that has been allocated to the team, and of these 600 dockets, as per table 1, 125 of them were still under investigation. 9 of them were unfounded. Unfounded is like a false case, in other words, or where the evidence disclosed that there is no offense committed. And 10 cases were pending the DPP's decision whether to prosecute or not. 114 cases were before various stages in court processes. 57 of them were withdrawn for various reasons, and 297 of them were finalized. The outcomes highlight both complexity and challenges inherent in prosecuting politically related cases. Specifically regarding the politically related cases, the following statistics can be highlighted on the successes of the 333 dockets. With regard to murder, 171 dockets were for murder cases, with a total of 173 victims among those killed. And of these, 59 were local government or were councillors, 58 were political party members, 31 were political party office bearers, and 21 were officials. Officials is your administrative officials. This illustrates the prevalence of violence targeting individuals holding public office or political office, the various affiliations.
Was it mostly the councillor, local councillors and the officials, were they mainly municipal officials?
Yes, there were mostly municipal officials, be it your municipal manager or supply chain manager or the CFO or a traffic official in the municipality. That's what the official refers. But in terms of councillors, of course, it refers to councillors of the municipality. And of course, the killings, some were within the parties, political parties. Some will be from party to party, from one party to another party.
Yeah. So we know that we have municipal or local government elections next year in 2026, and given this pattern of killings, especially in KZN, but also elsewhere in the country, of local councillors and municipal officials, one would expect that this team would now remain on high alert, even higher alert with the elections coming in 2026.
Yeah, that is correct. Yes, we will expect that the presence of the team, of course, the people knows the existence of the team, so it assists with reduction in the political related matters. Its
It
presence.
was a deterrent.
Yeah, it deter, the presence of the team do deter the further killings. They still do happen, but quite minimal.
So you go on leave at the end of December 2024. happily in the knowledge that this team is still in operation. Would that be right? You heard them?
Yes. Well, I'll deal that on paragraph 34 of my statement that I went on leave from the 30th of December 2024 to the 13th of January 2025. And of course, the minister was aware of the leave and he did approve it, that I would be out of office from the 30th.
Okay, so we're going to deal with the minister's directive now, which is our second theme. We deal with it from page 18 through to 23 and following. So, if I may just ask a few related questions. Was there a meeting with the Interministerial Committee in 2024?
No, as far as I remember, the last record we could find, I think, is somewhere September
2023.
2023, yes.
That was the last meeting.
Yeah, that was the last IMC. Well, there would have been briefings, of course, to the former Minister of Police by the team to update him. And yeah, the IMC, no, there was never one.
Okay. And up until then, up until the last meeting in 2023, September, the Minister of Police then was Minister Cele.
That is correct, yes. Yeah, at some point I know he was briefed after the IMC of 2023. And yeah, at some point I think somewhere around April, March 2024, I think March 17 also, the team did brief the Minister of Police together with the President in Durban. President happened to be there. He didn't come specifically for that. He happened to be in Durban, and the minister requested that they brief himself and the team.
So the minister then, Cele, and our president, they were last briefed about the workings of the political killings task team in March or so of 2024.
That is correct, Honorable Chair.
Now that wouldn't have been an IMC briefing, that was just a briefing to the minister and the president.
That is correct. That is not an IMC. Yeah, since the I think September 2023, I think that was the last IMC briefing.
So who would have been present at that briefing in March of 2024? This is now before the elections. When were the elections? April, May.
Yeah, in that March 2024, the IMC would have been still in existence. They could have been briefed. But of course, in this current administration, there was never an IMC for this specific function.
So at that March meeting, would Lieutenant General Mkonazi have been there? What is in our Lieutenant Brigadier Kumalo, Lieutenant General Kumalo, if he was Lieutenant General by then? And we know that Kumalo was the project leader. And was Lieutenant General Kwanazi always sort of at the head of this political killings task team? Even when he became provincial commissioner of KZN?
Yeah, even when he became a provincial commissioner, the team was reporting, of course, to the coordinator, which is Lieutenant General Kumalo, but also reporting to Lieutenant General Mkwanazi. When we briefed the president, yeah, unfortunately I didn't check whether he was there, but I know General Kumalo was there.
Okay. And after the briefing or at the briefing, there were no issues raised by the president or by Minister Cele about the continued existence of the team, the need to keep the team together, or maybe let me ask a simpler question. What was their reaction to the report back to them?
You know, they were quite satisfied with the work of the team, so there was no concerns raised.
Okay. So the elections happen, and a lot of other things happen at the elections. And one of the things that happened after the elections is the appointment of Minister Mkunu. You do know him? Or you? Yeah.
Yeah, no, correct. I do. Yes, I do know him. Yes, he was appointed minister after the elections of May last year. And yes, he was appointed Minister of Police. I think he took office somewhere in July. And then, yeah, we started working with him.
What was your reaction when he was appointed? Because he had previously been the Minister of Water and Sanitation.
Well, my impression or reaction, I never had any problem. Remember, we do not have a choice. We work with whoever. So we welcomed him in SAPS. And I was quite happy to work with him. I didn't have any problem at all.
And you would also, I suppose, have known him as the Premier of KZN when he was Premier.
Yeah, no, I knew him for quite long. I knew him when he was Premier and, yeah, before that. So,
okay. So after his appointment in July 2024, would you say you met with him regularly, or did you meet with him only when it was necessary? I'm sure you had to, you and your various heads of divisions and the provincial commissioners would have had to brief him or debrief him about what to expect now that he's become a minister.
That's correct, Honorable Chair. We did what we normally do. We will call all the executive members, the members of the executive management, including provincial commissioners, divisional commissioners, and the deputies, and we brief him about the departments, and provincial commissioners will also have the opportunity to brief him about each province, and thereafter will then come to directorates. Of course, the briefing doesn't happen in one day. It takes a couple of days, weeks, and months, and we brief him about various directorates, and that's exactly what we did. But of course, we did not finish those briefings.
Did you brief him on any of the special projects? Which would have included political killings task team?
Well, we just told him about his existence. We were still going to brief him about the specific matter of the political killings task team. So we start briefing him about directorates, but of course he will now and then, before we brief him, he will come up with, he will draw an agenda to say he wants the specific matters, and we'll brief him according to the agenda that he provide. But of course, I will always ask him that we need to brief him with those matters that are outstanding. For example, in a specific directorate, let's say Vispol, he might choose to be briefed on, let's say, Central Firearm Registry, and we'll brief him on that. On CI, he'll choose maybe, let's say, matters of, be it IT, whatever. But then the rest might be left outstanding. But we'll always advise him that we need to complete the briefings. Briefing about CI, briefing about political task team. It is one of those briefings that were outstanding that were not yet done, but he did promise that he'll make time for those briefings.
So you briefed him also about the political killings task team, although it may have been incomplete, but it was raised with him.
Yeah, no, it was raised with him. Yeah, there's quite a number of other areas which we haven't finished briefing him about.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, it's a massive
It's a massive organization.
massive department,
Honorable Chair.
massive organization. Maybe I'm not qualified to answer this question, but it must be the largest or one of the largest departments in the public administration.
It is quite so, Honorable Chair.
I hope you're being compensated commensurately if it's the biggest. Anyway, so, but in any of those briefings, did the minister show any interest in this political killings task team? Did he ask any questions about it? Did he come back ever and say, sorry, can you please come back to me and complete your presentation about the task team?
Well, no. Yeah, the only time he was briefed about the task team, it was after the 31st of January. Before that, he was never briefed about political killing task team. No, 31st of December 2024. Sorry, pardon me, Honorable Chair.
Yeah.
So before that, he was never briefed on the PKTT.
Now, we know. General, I'm sure by now you must be very familiar with the 31 December 2024 directive. So I'm not sure whether you want to look at it again. It's in volume 2. Volume 2 after the blue folder. Sorry, volume 3. And it's at page 36. SFM 3. Yeah. You find it? Page 36.
I got it, Honorable Chair.
So, it's addressed to you and is dated and signed 31 December 2024. And I'm not sure whether you're familiar with the minister's signature, but that appears or purports to be his signature. You see that on page 37 at the back?
I see that, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. It's dated the 31st. Did you get it on the 31st?
Yeah, Honorable Chair, I was on leave. Actually, my last working day was the Saturday, the 28th of December.
And on the, just to pause there, on the 28th, you actually saw them, you were in the company of the minister.
Yeah, I was.
And Lieutenant General Konazi, you were together.
Yeah, correct.
What was that occasion?
The location we were at, we were at Escaleni in Richards Bay on the 28th of December at a funeral of a member of the police there. We spent the day together and we parted. It was a Saturday. We parted that
Oh,
day.
I thought you partied. You parted.
No, we not dying, but we left each other last on Saturday, the 28th of December, when I came back and I told him that now I'm going to rest for a week or so.
You were off until the 14th of January.
That is correct. I think the 13th of.
Yeah. Okay, so
Yeah,
when,
until the 13th of January, Honorable Chair.
so how did you get this directive? How did you learn about it?
Somewhere I think I saw something on WhatsApp, but I didn't really not read it. And eventually I was phoned by one of the officials at the office. I think it must be Major General Masemola or Letoko, Brigadier Letoko, about the directive. And I'm taking under correction, I think the acting National Commissioner, Lieutenant General Msigidi, also might have called. And I look at it, I says no. Well, when I look at it, the directive talks about that there should be reports prepared. So rather you should prepare those reports and leave me alone for now.
So when did you first have sight of this directive? Did you read the whole directive?
That's correct, Honorable Chair.
No,
Well, for me it was
when did you
quite.
first read it?
Pardon me, Honorable Chair.
When did you first read the whole directive? Or is it a case that you now leave, please don't worry me or bother me with this? I'm trying to enjoy my leave. I have a heavy year ahead of me.
Well, when I read it, it was quite, to me, a surprise and shocking. Firstly, how did it come about? That was the main issue. And why disbandment of a team on the 31st of January, 31st of December. There's nothing wrong in sending it on that date, but the surprising part was, we spent almost the whole week with the minister, and he never uttered a word about his unhappiness about the team. Actually, before we went to the funeral at Escaleni, we had a funeral, I think, 2-3 days ago at Mpumalanga in Hammersdale together. And from there, we moved to Escaleni. Nobody said anything. Minister never said anything about there is unhappiness about the team or is about to disband the team whatsoever. Nothing. Not even to mention. So that's why when I saw the letter, I said, well, let me enjoy my leave and get away from this letter. I'll see it when I come back. Whether when I get there, they've done something about it or not, it's fine. But that's how I concluded.
Now, the directive deals with three, or gives instructions, it gives instructions in relation to three matters. The one is the filling of posts in the intelligence division. The second one is the ports of entry. And the third one is the political killings task team. So, did you not think it was important enough that you yourself, even though you're on leave and even though you said, look, I'll deal with this when I get back from my leave, didn't you think it was important or urgent enough for you to engage with the minister and say, for example, in relation to the political killings task team? But how can you do this? I mean, we were just together the other day. We also briefed you on the political task team when you became the new minister. You never uttered a word. You never questioned the existence of the team. Why would you? And besides, this team is doing good work. We must maintain this team, not disestablish the team.
Yeah, no, I didn't see it necessary, Honorable Chair, at that moment. I was with the minister a few days ago. He saw no need to talk to me. And 2 or 3 days, he sent this letter. So I just decided, let me enjoy my leave. This I'm not going to attend.
But you weren't quite allowed to enjoy leave because you got some calls, amongst others, from the same young man who ran into your office years before. And he's phoning you and he say, Commissioner, what is this? You got a call from Lieutenant General Mkonazi.
Yeah, no, that's true, Honorable Chair. He did call me. I told him, I don't know about the letter. I don't know where this is coming from. And just give me space. Let me have my time a bit. Yeah, that's how I handle it.
And so yeah, okay. Who was then appointed by you as the acting National Commissioner?
It was Lieutenant General Musikidi.
Okay. So, at paragraph 45 of your statement, you said you received a WhatsApp message from Major General Sibola regarding the directive, and that was on the 2nd. And you also got this call from Lieutenant General Mkonazi.
That is correct, Honorable Chair. Yeah, Major General Sibola did send me a WhatsApp. From there, received a call from Lieutenant General Mkonazi on the same day, 2nd of January, and well, he told me that there is a letter in the media flying around about the disbandment, which he wanted to know whether do I know about it. I told him I don't know anything about it, and I made it clear that I'm not involved in it, and that the minister had not sought any advice from me, so I have got no idea what is this all about, and that's how we ended it up. Lieutenant General Sigidi might also have called, I can't remember, and I also told her, no, I know nothing, and for now I'm not going to do anything, I'm still on leave. And whether they do something about it, that is fine. If they don't, because the letter indicated the first report is due, I think, by the 20th of January.
Yeah.
So it was at liberty to them whether they do something or they wait for me.
Major General Sibola, who is that?
Major General Sibola is the executive manager in my office.
The executive manager.
That's correct, Honorable Chair.
And would Major General Sibola be responsible for writing your emails and your letters and receiving your emails and letters?
Yes, Honorable Chair, Major General Sibola and Brigadier Letoko, they are also in my office. In this case, if I remember well, I think it was Brigadier Letuko who disseminated the directive to Lieutenant General Sibia, and I think Mr. Gidi also. Just check.
Would it be correct or fair to say that if you receive a communication from Major General Sabola out of your office, the National Commissioner's office, that one can accept or assume that such a communication is authorized by the National Commissioner?
That is correct, Honorable Chair. Yes, it can be accepted that way.
And just tell us briefly, who is Major General Rabi and what was his job, his function in your office?
Major General Rabi is head of strategic management at the South African Police Service.
Now, when you did get back to the office was it on the 14th, 15th?
When I came back on the 14th of January, I think I went on with the work that I has to do. I think I spent the day in Lebombo border post that day. I flew directly there. You would remember that's the time when there were elections in Mozambique and there was instability. There was a problem of people coming to South Africa. So I spent the day there, and in the afternoon I came back. And as I arrived at the office, General Sibia did come to me with a directive that here is the directive of the minister, and it requires immediate implementation. He already had a letter drafted that he sought my signature to sign.
Sorry, General.
Chair, next time we must be informed when there is going to be this operation,
It's a certain,
so that we must know that if we are safe or not. Yeah, it's hanging over our heads here, so we must be informed in time, so that we are aware.
I think we must apologize.
Pronounce his him.
Hello, honorable members.
May I proceed, Chair?
Yes, no, but we must apologize for this. I don't know who is the person responsible for doing this. They may be trying to help us in the meeting, but they could have done it when we broke for lunch. I think it would have been better than to do it now. It has noble intentions, but can be very irritating and disruptive. Thank you so much. You can proceed, Senior Counsel.
Thank you, General. I think you started narrating a visit by Lieutenant General Sibia to your office. Is that right?
Yeah, that is correct, Honorable Chairperson.
And I think you deal with that at paragraphs, it starts at 46. Yeah, the fifth.
Yes, Honorable Chair, as I said, as I returned on the 14th of January, after I came back from Mpumalanga, General Sibia came to my office and with a directive that he was requesting a signature in order to implement the directive of the Minister of the disbandment of the political task team. And I looked at that directive and I saw that it talked about the immediate disbandment, and I indicated to him that I am not in agreement with this directive of immediate disbandment, if ever there should be disbandment, because firstly, I don't know what are the reasons for the disbandment of the team. And I further said he must go see Major General Rabi, because I said if ever we disband the team, which we, that time, we didn't know why, it should be a matter of the team should be phased out in a wind-down approach. And he should consult Major General Rabi to assist him with that. And he left. And the next day, he returned again in the afternoon. That is paragraph 49. He found me with Major General Masemola and with a revised plan where he was assisted by Rabi. And I scanned the letter that he was having, I think it's SM4 on the bundle. And somewhere I picked up that there is still, I must have catch a phrase of immediate disbandment again. So I then never read the whole letter or plan. I said to him, no, rather take your letter and leave the matter with me. I will compile the report that the minister require. And then he left. Then I, thereafter, I then spoke to Lieutenant General Khumalo by then to say, well, there is this letter which he is aware of, and if he can draft something that is not about immediate disbandment of the team, but a wind down, even though I still will ask the minister, why is this team being disbanded? Because we did not really understand the reasons why. And thereafter, I did engage the minister on the phone, and we spoke about, when I mentioned about this one, he said, no, there is a report that is required on that day, so I must just bring the report. And I further said, we need to talk about this matter. And at the same time, paragraph 51, there were some matters that were already in the media by then about crime intelligence, which the minister did indicate that whether I've seen those matters, and amongst those matters were matters of appointments at crime intelligence of 2 brigadiers, the security clearance of Lieutenant General Khumalo, the murder of Cindy Somakaka, and others. And he did indicate to me that he's thinking of appointing a senior counsel to look or investigate these matters. And then I reminded the minister on the phone that, does he still remember that I told him that we have never briefed him completely on crime intelligence as a division. And on the division visible policing, we briefed him partially on other matters. I think on the agenda he had central firearm registry. We brief him on that and other matters, and not everything else. And if when we were briefing him about the Directorate of Visible Policing, if he allowed that we brief him about the whole directorate, this matter of border police, he shouldn't have raised it because it falls under the Directorate Visible Policing, and it should have been part of the briefing, which he would have given guidance and or directives in that regard, which he missed that opportunity. And also, I reminded him that, remember, at some point I asked you that we brief you, and for crime intelligence alone, I said you need 2 full days to be briefed up to date. Otherwise, if you don't do that, on the street, you're gonna be poisoned. And once you are poisoned, it's not easy to bring you back and give you a full briefing and so that you are understanding. And of course, he asked whether all these matters that are out in the media, including the killing of Cindy Somakaka, whether it's also part of the briefing, which I did indicate to say yes, it is. And the fact that you know about more or less who killed Cindy Somakaka is about the same PKTT. They are the ones that is one of the dockets, I think, that they make a breakthrough in 2018 after they were established under the leadership of the then Brigadier Kumalo and the Provincial Commissioner of KZN. So I said, no, what you see, what you read in the media is what they uncovered. So then he agreed to the briefing that, okay, brief me then on the 16th. And paragraph 52, on the 16th of January, we, of course, me and himself, the minister, we went to Pretoria for a funeral of a member. And when we come back that afternoon, we held a meeting at the minister's official residence, and myself and Kumal, we provided the minister with a briefing on the matters that he raised. And General Kumal...
Sorry, General, so what is, to interrupt,
Senior Counsel, there is a request from the technical team, General, that you withdraw a bit from, because it's like your voice is so vibrant that it blasts. If you may please withdraw a bit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Yeah, so on the 16th, we briefed then the minister, myself, and General Kumalo. And General Kumalo did brief him on some other matters of syndicates that involves the Big Five, that then he alleged that my deputy is involved in that regard. And when it comes to the PKTT, then the minister did indicate that well, there is a provision for the report that I must give him, and so on that due date I must give the report. And so we never go deeper into the briefing on the PKTT, and he was briefed on all these other matters.
so can we just ask about Lieutenant General Sabia? or rather, what is his role in all of this? Before he comes to your office on the 15th of January 2025, do you know of him ever playing a role in the task team or being involved in or with the task team at all?
No, no, Lieutenant General Sibe was not involved in the political or the PKTT. Going back to 2018, when we established this team, when the team started working and they start resolving cases, there was quite a number of people that would wanted to know about the team, including they wanted to be briefed about what the team is doing. So a decision was taken that we limit people that can be briefed about the team, and also the ordinary operational structures that we have in the police. We have a structure called the National Joints structure. We have a structure called the National Crime Combating Forum, which is mostly of police. So the work of the PKTT was not being discussed in those forums because of the sensitive nature of it, and also the fact that a lot of people were wanting progress, especially politicians in KZN. Almost every third one wanted to know what the team is doing. So we kept the work of the team very minimal to a very few people. They were not briefing anybody actually. The only briefing we would give was to the IMC, and the IMC will brief the nation. Because those that wanted these briefings, it was a bit of a problem to actually brief them. So even General Sibia, he wasn't involved. I know he attended one briefing of the team where I went with him, myself and Minister Kele. We went to Durban to get a briefing from the team. Other than that, he wouldn't know much about the establishment and how it works and so on. So, yeah.
Why didn't you tell or ask Lieutenant General Sabia, but what are you doing here in my office about this matter? You have never been, or you're not involved in it. Why are you here?
Yeah, well, I take it that because he's head of investigation, so that's why he came with this letter of a plan. But then after the 14 and the 15, after those meetings, I did indicate to him that leave the matter, don't write anything, because he said, well, he was of the view that the disbandment should happen immediately. And I said, no. I think that will be responsible to do that. That's why he even explained to me that no, the way it is done correct in the directive, because it's done like how the Scorpions was disbanded, because he was a member of the Scorpions. And I asked him, how was the Scorpions disbanded? And he said to me, they were called one by one with their dockets into an office by police leadership, and when they arrived, they were told they sign for your docket, you hand them over, and they give you your new station where you are going to station, be it a unit or a police station or a branch, and then you leave. And then he said this directive is in line with that, so it's quite the right way of doing it. And I indicated to him that I'm not those people, and I'm not going to be responsible like those people. Firstly, I still don't know why is this thing happening. It looks like when I don't know, but which he said he doesn't know also why it is being disbanded. And then I says, no, write it my way. Go and write. The first day I said, go and write the directive, the way I say it must be phased-out approach, take into account cases that are on, witnesses that are in witness protection. Let's be responsible, which the second day he failed, he couldn't do. That's when I says, no, then leave this thing and I will do it myself. Hence, I phoned Kumalo. I explained the same way I explained to General Sibia. Kumalo was able to understand what I mean when I say in a phase-out approach. And he then submitted a report which I edited and then sent to the minister. I think that report is...
So you did send a report on the 22nd of January. You were required to give it to the minister on the 20th. It's SFM 6 at page 48 in volume 2 of the bundle. $275.
That's correct, Honorable Chair.
So if we can just fast forward that. So you say receipt of your letter dated 31 December 2024 is hereby acknowledged. The contents of the letter were noted, and as directed by the Minister, the due date for submission of the required report is 20th January 2025. And then you deliver this on the 22nd, and can you read from the bottom of page 73, paragraph 3.11, your conclusion? General, is up on the, it's up on the screen.
Okay. Yeah, on 3.11, the task team has undeniably achieved and far exceeded the purpose for which it was established. No other task team in South Africa has achieved these successes, nor has been able to investigate and ensure successful prosecution of the perpetrators of politically motivated murders. The directive by the minister is directive by the Minister of Police to disband the National Task Team has been noted. The initial objective and directive by President has been achieved with a noticeable decrease of political related killings in KwaZulu-Natal as a result of the National Task Team's intervention and relentless pursuit of its mandate. The decrease of political related the South African Police Service remains responsible for finalization of those dockets in the process of the task team, as well as the finalization of dockets which are currently before court. The following steps are being taken to wind down the task team without compromising pending investigations or court processes. Stakeholder engagement to be conducted with the other external role players in the task team, especially the NPA, who have dedicated capacity of prosecutors working with the team. The 128 dockets which are under investigation and allocated to The National Task Team will be retained by the task team. An investigation will be finalized. An audit will be done on those dockets still under investigation in order to establish which dockets can be returned to station of origin or allocated to other investigating units within SAPS. No new dockets will be allocated to the task team. The 115 case dockets, which are currently pending at court, will be retained by the National Task Team until finalization in order to avoid challenges during court processes which may result in charges being withdrawn against some of the accused, leading to unnecessary civil claims. These possible challenges might include unsuccessful prosecution as a result of new investigating officers not familiar with evidence in the dockets, witnesses not willing to cooperate and testify due to lack of trust to new investigators, further investigations still outstanding, and attend to prosecutors' queries will be negatively affected. Negatively affected. Personnel task team. The scaling down of the team will depend on the 115 case dockets that are currently pending at court, with most of the court days in 2025. It is anticipated that the team will complete the work before end of 2025. However, the seriousness of cases and the processes at court will indicate or determine the course of action. The multidisciplinary investigative approach, in brackets, analysis-led and prosecutor-guided investigation applied by the National Task Team will be adopted and used to serve as a benchmark for the realignment of contract killings and organized crime investigations. Further directives will be issued in this regard. Progress will be reported and signed by myself 22nd of January 2025. Comments and space for Minister to give directive and place for his signature.
Thank you, General. So, did you hear back from the Minister about your proposal of the 22nd of January?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. No, I did not hear anything from the Minister on this proposal.
And from the letter itself, although you talk about winding down, and you actually talk about the dockets now being placed in some other dedicated team, you certainly are not agreeable to the immediate disestablishment of the team.
Yeah, that is correct, Honorable Chair. You'll recall, well, firstly, I don't agree with the disbandment. I don't know why it is being done. And however, because this directive is not a request, it's something that I must do. And I don't know what is behind this doing. And I felt it, well, something that I must do, but not the way he wanted it to be done. because that was just a devastating way of doing things. And I wondered that, well, if ever it is done, let it be done in a very responsible way. Hence, I proposed this winding down with the expectation that you'll say yes or you'll say no. And yeah, eventually I didn't get any feedback. But of course, all the time one had suspicion as to why is this thing done. Even the way it was done, you'd recall, as I said, 31st of December, there's nothing wrong to do it that way, but how do you, because if you read the directive, you talk about the task team not being relevant anymore after his assessment. Well, if he did assessment, he did it with who and where? To say the task team is no more relevant doesn't add value to policing in South Africa. I mean, we know that is not true. And hence, I made sure every time me and him talk about this matter of task team, like in meetings of days to come, I would always ask him, can you tell us what is the reason for disbanding this task team? And unfortunately, he wouldn't give those reasons.
So, yeah, the letter has a few mixed messages, but the one thing you are clear about is you praise or highlight the success of this team and how they've conducted themselves. But the other obvious thing is also you don't say to the minister, no, I don't agree with you. Can we discuss this? Maybe that would have been a shorter response. I'm in a respectful disagreement with you. Can we not meet to discuss this matter? That's not what your letter says, obviously.
Yeah, no, the letter doesn't say that, but obviously on the 14-15 when we spoke on the phone, I mentioned that I want us to discuss this, which he agreed that no, let's also discuss it with other matters on the 16th. And on the 16th, introduce the topic as to, let's discuss the disbandment, why disbandment? And he cut short the matter to say, no, there is a report required on that, so submit the report by the due date.
Can I now direct your attention to paragraph 100? Can you go to volume 2, or I'll ask for it to go up on the screen, but for honourable chair and members, honourable members, it's the affidavit, it's annexure 2 to the affidavit you placed before the commission on page 33, paragraph 111. Volume 2, the first blue folder, it's SFM1. Paragraph 111.
That is paragraph 111, you say.
So did you, you said,
Yeah, I said, Honorable Chair, I said on that statement that given the fact that Minister was instructing, not soliciting our views on the disbandment of the PKTT. I deem it necessary to speak to the President about the issue. And I spoke to the President on the 1st of February 2025. And during that meeting, I mentioned the Minister's directive to disband such a successful team, and the President told me that he would speak to the Minister. Of course, in our discussion, I explained to him that I don't know why is the team being disbanded, and if ever it is, because it is a directive, it's not a request, at least it should be a process of winding down the team and not the abrupt or immediate disbandment. So that's what I said to the President.
Did you, General, did you meet with the President specifically on this matter, or did you raise it in the context also of other matters, and it was opportune for you to also raise this issue of the task team?
No, I did want to meet him specifically just for this one matter of the task team.
Is this your Waterkloof meeting?
Pardon me?
Is this, was this meeting at Waterkloof?
Yeah, it was at the Waterkloof Air Force Base, correct.
What did you tell the President? What did you inform the President about?
As I explained, Honorable Chair, I did say to the President, you know that this team, I reminded him that this is the team that briefed you at in March, just before the election, and is a successful team that is bringing down political killings and is doing well in the province of KZN. And of course, I reminded him about the Fort Hare matter, which he knows very well, and I told him that, yes, I received a directive that the team should be disbanded, and I don't know why. If ever it is done, Mr. President, I would rather prefer it be done in a very responsible way, in a phased-out approach, which he agreed that, well, he also don't know, but if ever it is done, what I'm suggesting makes sense. And he said he will speak to the Minister.
Did you get any impression, or was it your impression that the President knew about the directive at all? What impression did he give you when you mentioned it to him?
No, the impression was he didn't know about the matter. Of course, I don't expect him to know. It's a much more operational matter, I would think.
So what was your what was his reaction when you told him? And what was the outcome of your discussion?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. As I said, well, he seems to be surprised when he heard that, because I reminded him that the team that we briefed in Durban that is quite successful in these matters of political killings, and the team that did work in Fort Hare, and it's been disbanded. He was taken aback, sort of, and hence I said, I know it's not a matter for him, for his decision, but however, I'm requesting that if the Minister still proceed with this disbandment, as it is a directive to me, it's not a request, it should be, we should wind down the team, which he said, well, he will speak to the Minister. He also don't know, and he don't know why it's been disbanded, but he agreed that if ever it is done, my proposal makes sense. And that's how we ended our meeting.
So again, even at that point, your proposal was a winding down as opposed to an immediate termination or disestablishment of the team.
Yeah, the proposal still that time, it was that we do a winding down, if ever we do, even though we don't know why we are doing it.
And of course, a winding down could be 6 months, it could be a year, it could be until after the local government elections next year, which may well be the case because you've now agreed a budget for the task team to continue until, I think, March next year.
That is correct, yes. The winding down might take longer. It might take 1 year, it might take 2 years, it might take quite long, depending on the work of the team.
So what you're saying is that a smart way of disagreeing. You didn't say no, you just said, okay, no, maybe, yes.
Well, what was behind that was, the problem was, one did not understand why is this happening and the manner in which it was done. There was just suspicion all along, but we didn't know what actually is behind, what was behind.
But what now fuels that suspicion is, yes, you mentioned it to the president. What was that, 1 February? Yeah, 1st of February. The president said, I'll speak to the minister. You don't hear again after that from the president?
Yeah, no, I didn't hear that from the president until I think we heard from the minister in the portfolio committee of the.
But you do say at paragraph 112 of the same affidavit that at a later stage, the president informed me that he did discuss the issue with the minister. He did not inform me of the details of his discussion.
Yeah, later, I don't know whether it was before the 5th of March portfolio committee or after, but there was an opportunity where we met on other matters, and he did indicate to me that no, he did speak to the minister about the matter of the task team.
Okay.
But I don't know the details, of course.
So the next time it wasn't the next theme we're moving to is the parliamentary police portfolio committee meeting, which was held on the 5th of March. That was an online meeting. You recall that meeting?
Yeah, that is correct, Honorable Chair.
And the political killings task team was on the agenda, and you had to report on it. And that is also the meeting where Lieutenant General Kumalo had given the report on the progress made by the task team and the whole winding down process. You recall that meeting?
That is correct, Honorable Chair. Yes, we had a meeting, a portfolio committee meeting, and yeah, in attendance I was there, and Lieutenant General Kumalo and Lieutenant General Mkonazi, both deputy ministers and the Minister of Police, and of course other officials were part of that meeting. And amongst the agenda for the portfolio committee was a matter of the political killings task team, which I introduced the presentation, and Lieutenant General Kumalo did the presentation, which is attached as SFM 8.
So in that meeting, in summary, I think we did spend a bit of time with Lieutenant General Kunazi. So, Honourable Chair, Honourable Committee members, you would be familiar with what happened in that meeting. But in summary, Lieutenant General Kumalo explained the performance of the task team, and then informed the committee that there was a plan to wind down the task team.
Yeah, that is correct. He presented what the proposal that we discussed. That yes, we propose that the winding down of the team, and with proposals to say maybe in that winding down, some of the dockets can be taken to the provincial head office of KwaZulu-Natal, and where there is a murder and robbery unit, and the members of KwaZulu-Natal can form part of that murder and robbery unit, and it can be a nucleus for establishment of the murder and robbery unit. So that is the presentation that we gave to the portfolio committee.
General, so at that meeting, you never expressly told the portfolio committee in the presence of the minister that you did not disagree, you did not agree with the directive.
No, we did not tell them that we don't agree with the directive, but we presented the work of the task team with a view to convince them that the task team is necessary, and it needs to be there by presenting the work of the team and the fact that the team is still having work to do. So that's all we presented.
At that meeting, I want to refer you to page, it's in the third volume, it starts at 176. This is the minister addressing the meeting. Of the transcript, it's volume, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, it's volume 3. SFM 10, which starts at page 123, and the minister is speaking from 176, and the relevant part we want to refer you to is at 187.
Okay. Through you, Honourable Chair, you say I should start reading where it says Minister of Police up to.
Sorry, General.
Yeah, I was asking through your Honourable Chair whether you say I must read from page 176.
No, I want to just refer you to page 187 at line 20. Can you read from line 20 the where it start, or maybe start from line 18 Have you got 187 now?
Yeah, I do have page.
So line 18, so you can't just make a sweeping statement and say is all political. It needs to be analyzed properly and defined properly from time to time. But those aside, and then just read from there onward.
Okay, so, it says, so you can't just make a sweeping statement and say it is all political. It needs to be analyzed properly and defined properly from time to time. But those aside, I'm saying the team was established for a particular purpose. There needed to be a time frame, and there wasn't any time frame. And we have discussed the matter with the President of the Republic, because while it is not a presidential task team, it was his initiative to do so, but it became an ministerial committee in practice, and therefore we have had discussion with the President of the Republic, and we are in agreement that we can look into the matter the way that we have looked at it currently.
So the minister appears to want to justify that decision, defend the decision, and then he says, because while it was not a presidential task team, it was his initiative to do so, but it became an administrative committee in practice. And therefore we had a discussion with the President, and we are in agreement that we can look into the matter the way we have looked at it currently. And the current position was clearly what he said in his letter to you, that he wants the team to be disbanded or disestablished.
That is correct, Honorable Chair.
Just so that we get these two other matters out of the way, nothing was said about the ports of entry or the not filling any of the posts in intelligence. The other two parts of the letter.
No, they they were not on the agenda, Honorable Chair. They were not on the agenda of the Portfolio Committee.
Honorable Chair, you're indicating to me it's 4 o'clock.
You to say it is now 16 hours, we can break for tea. Yeah, it's tea this time. So, honorable members, let's break for tea, and then we will come back 20 minutes later. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is the end of the second round. Thank you so much. It was very short, no?
The second round was very short.
Okay. No, thank you so much, honorable members. Senior Counsel. Honorable members, good afternoon once again. Good afternoon, General. Are we ready for the third round? Senior Counsel, may you please lead us into the third round?
Thank you, Chair. If General, you ready?
Correct, Honorable Chair.
Okay, yeah. So we've done the
we've
ad
done
hoc and the committee meeting, so it's 6 and 27.
General, so we had the meeting on the 5th of March. That was the one before the Portfolio Committee on Police. And just, not that it really concerns you, but just your recollection on that meeting that Lieutenant General Mkonazi also made a few points there which seem to indicate his dissatisfaction with the decision to disestablish the task team. Do you recall that also?
Yeah, that's correct, Honorable Chair.
And you will also recall, again, that it's not any particular concern of yours, or it may become a concern of yours, that he also mentioned the Minister's apparent relationship with Brown Mokgotsi, which the Minister in that meeting denied. You recall that?
Correct. Yeah, I do recall that Lieutenant General Mkonazi did mention that a certain Brown Mokgotsi as an associate of the Minister. And the Minister in response, yes, he did indicate that he doesn't know the person.
My question to you is, at the time when the name Brown Mokgotsi was mentioned, did you know him or of him?
No, I didn't know who's Brown Mokgotsi.
So talking about that, there was another meeting on the 6th of March, the very next day, where there was a similar presentation made to the Minister by senior management. Lieutenant General Mkonazi wasn't at that meeting. That's the presentation you see on the screen, SFM 11 to 12. You familiar with that presentation?
That's correct, Honorable Chair and members.
Do you want to just comment briefly on what happened at that meeting? Perhaps because it doesn't appear from the presentation, perhaps some of the comments made at that meeting, particularly by the Minister? And I'm just reminded that the Chief of Staff, Nkabinde, was also at that meeting.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. At that meeting of the 6th of December, which I attended, myself, the Minister of Police, Mr. Senzo Mkunu, the Deputy National Commissioners, Lieutenant General Musikidi, Lieutenant General Sibia and Kumalo, the Chief of Staff, Mr. Ngabinde, Lieutenant General Sintumule, were in that meeting, which was here in Cape Town. And this presentation was done to the minister. It was the first meeting to discuss the PKTT disbandment plan. That was what the meeting was called for. And it was during this meeting that after the presentation, there was a discussion, or maybe let me also say right at the beginning of this meeting on the 6th of December, as we start the meeting, I did, in my opening remarks, to say, Minister, I'm sure at this meeting you will, Minister will tell us, as the senior officers, as to what are the reasons for disbanding the political task team. And then thereafter, this presentation was made by General Kumalo at that meeting, and there was discussions about the presentation, and in summary, Lieutenant General Sibia and the Chief of Staff did indicate that dockets that were with the task team should be returned to the police station of origin, which you'd recall in my previous report to the minister, I did say they go to the police station of origin or they go to the provincial head office where they can be part of the murder and robbery unit. And that was not supported, of course, it wasn't supported by Lieutenant General Sibia and the Chief of Staff, that if we take them to the province, we are, in a way, just carrying on with the PKTT under the auspices of murder and robbery, which question I asked as to what is the problem if that is the case. And they emphasized that the instruction is to disband, not to shift, which then eventually after the meeting, the plan was partially sort of accepted, which the minister said then, I think before the minister closed, he did respond to the first question that I asked as to what are the reasons, where he responded to say that political killings were happening pre-1994, and currently it's just murders that are happening. And this presentation then was partially accepted to say, no, there should be, General Sintumile and Kumalo should go and update the presentation, effect those changes. For example, dockets should go to station of origin and nowhere else. And yeah, there were other matters that were, of course, that were also said to be, they should be adjusted. Like the minister emphasized that in as much as there is this proposed winding down, but the final date of winding down should be in 2025. And then it was decided that a further meeting will be on the 27th of March 2025 in the Pretoria College.
What was, because it can't be described, was not apparent from the presentation and can't be described in the affidavit, what was the body language of the minister, firstly, and secondly, of Ngabinde in that meeting?
Well, the minister was, I didn't observe any strange thing, but, well, from my observation to General Ngabinde and Sibia was, they were adamant that the disbandment should happen, and no dockets must go anywhere. All dockets must go to the police station of origin.
So in this case, these dockets did they all relate to police stations in KZN? Or were there also some outside of KZN?
Well, there were dockets related to police station in KZN, and of course there were those that were related to the Eastern Cape. You'd recall the Fort Hare, and I think there was one docket from Tata.
Now is it, I suppose it's just common sense that if you have a specific task team, that task team and those working in the task team, they would retain the dockets at one specific place and not at the stations, because that's of course the problem that you want to deal with, is that leaving dockets of political killings, or especially high profile killings, you're not going to leave them at a vulnerable police station. You're going to take them away, lock them away, keep them in one office or at one venue. Was that the case here also?
No, the dockets of course this nature, you would reallocate them. You won't lock them up anywhere. You would reallocate either to another team, depending how big or small the team might be, but or you'll give them to a specific unit, be a murder and robbery unit or a serious and violent, whatever. That's how you would handle them. But of course, the emphasis was actually status quo, where they, before the establishment of the team. In other words, that's what they require that should happen. I wouldn't know whether is that lack of knowledge how this team came about. Why is there this team existing? I wouldn't know.
Okay. And then there was another meeting on the 27th of March, and you deal with that from paragraph 74 on page 14. Describe to us how that meeting went.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Yeah, on the meeting of the 27th March, which was at the college, there was a presentation led by General Khumalo, and which was being presented to him, of course, showing the same winding down of the team, showing also members that I will still remain working on cases under investigation. And there was, at this case, on this instance, there was, instead of the cases of the task team going down, there was an addition of a case, I think one or two cases on the cases of the task team, and that additional case then made the minister to say you feel undermined because the team is not being disbanded, and that also that the minister stated that the establishment of the team required a political decision, and consequently the disbandment would also, that is paragraph 75, the disbandment would also need a political decision. So he further said, he instructed that there should be no further meetings on this matter, and he will engage further with myself and nobody else. So here what I was explaining is that there was an additional case that the team took. There was a case of the killing of a councillor in Mandeni, Sindumbili in KZN, and it looks like that case, the district commissioner of the case, of the area where the case was, that is King Ketrayo, he phoned the team to come and assist him in the investigation of the case. After the councillor was killed, the local public order police arrested two young men with a firearm. And so it was not known whether they are linked to the murder or not. So the district commissioner phoned the PKTT to say, come and assist us in the investigation, which they went and they collected the docket and they investigated, and they were able to link the two young men with the murder of the councillor. And that has made then the dockets to increase instead of going down. So hence that made the minister angry to say, but the dockets, instead of going down, they are going up. So one is aware that, yes, we said the team will not take further dockets, but they did take further dockets here because the district commissioner did ask them to come and assist, which the assistant was fruitful because they were able to make a breakthrough and a link. But that, of course, angered him to say, why are they still doing work? Why are they still existing?
Okay. So, again, either the expression through via body language or whether verbally expressed, the minister and Kabinde, were they now more upset? This is now on the 27th. You again playing the long game. You didn't quite say you don't agree with the directive, but talking about a winding down, and it's there's the parliamentary meeting on the 5th, presentation on the 6th, and again on the 27th. Are they now even more adamant that this establishment should take place?
That is correct. That was the situation, yes. He was angered by that, and that was the end of the meeting.
And subsequent to that meeting, were there any further meetings or engagements or telephone calls or WhatsApps between you and the minister, or between the minister and Lieutenant General Kumalo or Lieutenant General Mkunazi about the PKTT that you know of or might be aware of?
No. We never engage further on the matter. We never engage further on the matter until I think until after the 6th of July. We never engaged thereafter on the PKTT.
So was there ever a resolution to this issue? The minister has now written to you on the 31st of December, disestablish immediately. You don't do it immediately. You send him a presentation on the 22nd of January. You there's the presentation on the 5th of March, on the 6th of March, on the 27th of March. Was it ever resolved that, okay, we both on the same page, we agree, we're going to sort of scale down the activities of the team, and it's going to be phased out instead of being closed immediately?
Yeah, when we met after our meeting in Cape Town, the 6th of March, to that meeting and after to the meeting of Pretoria, the minister did indicate that at that meeting he will sign off the disbandment plan. So, which in Cape Town he didn't sign it off because there was no agreement on the plan. And then back to the Pretoria meeting. The meeting finished abruptly without the plan being signed off. So there was nothing then to implement because, remember, he did say he wanted to sign off the plan. So the Pretoria meeting ended up without him signing anything. And so, yeah, it just remained like that without any movement.
But there is movement from the side of Sabia, who is now continuing with his plan, which you refuse to accept, which involves the closing down of the team, which involves moving the dockets from KZN to Pretoria, which effectively closes down the unit, because he makes a motivation to you, I think it was on the 12th of July, asking for money, for a budget, because now these dockets are going to be basically sent back to murder and robbery to some other units. But I don't think you respond on the 12th. You only respond much later in July, I think on the 27th.
Yeah, that is correct. Of course, yeah, there was this matter. He took dockets in KZN, and then, yes, in somewhere in May, June, he did submit an application for funding of a serious and violent crime
Yes.
members from head office to go and finalize the dockets, which I considered on the...
Sorry, General, just to assist, from from paragraph 78 on page 35. And 79. Of your statement.
So it's 78.
78. Or start at 70, it starts at 76, under the...
It's page what?
Page 35 of your statement.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, yeah, your statement, the funding and ongoing status of the PKTT.
Yes, paragraph 70,
From 76 onwards.
76.
Yeah, that's where you narrate
Okay.
the issue
Yeah.
of funding and Sabia's requests.
Thanks, Honorable Chair and members. After I learned about the removal of the one-to-one dockets around April, May 2025, which were under investigation relating to PKTT and were handed over to Lieutenant General Sintumule under the instruction of Lieutenant General Sibia, which I attach a copy of that. No briefing or report was made to me by General Sibia on the dockets. I do not know where the dockets of the PKTT were stored after they were transferred to head office. I was at some stage verbally informed by General Sintumule that General Mkhwanazi refused to take back dockets. However, General Mkhwanazi did not discuss the matter with me, nor did he explain the reason behind his position on the matter. And on the 8th of July, following General Mkhwanazi's press statement, Lieutenant General Sibia sought to sought to approve a request for funding for investigation of political killing dockets that were taken to head office by members of serious and violent crime investigation. The funding request is as per SFM 14, so he was requesting that a group of members from Pretoria be deployed to KwaZulu-Natal to go and investigate this one-to-one case dockets. On the 22nd of July 2025, I did consider the application, and I rejected the request for funding relating to the investigation of the one-to-one political killings dockets as proposed by Major General Mutsipe and recommended by Lieutenant General Sibiya. This was essentially a proposal for the one-to-one dockets to be investigated and concluded by serious and violent crime investigation team, murder and robbery. As noted in the document, I refused to approve because it laterally was duplicating PKTT's mandate. I also question why the dockets were at the headquarters when it was in the various meetings, the 6th of March, no, the 6th of March meeting in Cape Town. It was General Sibiya and Mr. Ngabinde that emphasized that dockets should not even go to province, but they should go to station of origin. So one find it then strange that dockets find themselves in Pretoria. So that funding I did not approve because I said there is a team in KZN. If there is any other funding to be done, those dockets should go back to the same team that was investigating them.
So, when did you order, just to remind us, when did you order Lieutenant General Sibiya to stay at home? Was
Pardon,
that in July?
When?
When did you order Lieutenant General Sibiya to stay at home? Before you use the word suspend?
Yeah, it must be after, somewhere after 6th of July.
Yeah. So, and that was after he made the request on the 12th of July. When you rejected his request, he was now at home. Is that right?
No, I think he signed the request before he stayed at home. Let me just...
Yeah, you rejected the request on the 22nd of July.
Correct.
Because on the 28th, you also received a request from Lieutenant General Nkwenazi for further extension of the PKTT and approval of the attached budget.
That is correct, yes. I did receive a request from Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi for further extension of the PKTT team. Also, you would recall that, remember that all along, we never knew what was the motive for the closure of or the disbandment of the PKTT. But after somewhere in May, I think 14 May, when Mr. Matlala was arrested, and the team then made us aware somewhere late in June as to they found messages on the phones that indicates or show that what was the real motive for for the disbandment of the team. By then, we knew that all these moves then was definitely to circumvent investigation of the operation in Gauteng. So the bringing the disbandment of the team and also the bringing of the dockets have a direct link, or it was actually to circumvent the arrest of the people, the Ket Matlalas and the others. So one can conclude that when the one-to-one dockets were taken from KZN, somebody thought the project of Gauteng dockets is within those dockets because the political killing stars team was assisting Gauteng to investigate, whereas in actual fact, the Gauteng dockets were never there in the PKTT. Hence, I think there was a further letter by General Sibiya to say General Khumalo should bring all the dockets, including those of Gauteng. So it shows you the intention was to look for the dockets of Gauteng.
Okay. And when an audit eventually was done of those dockets, and they had not been investigated at all. And you then ordered a return of those dockets to KZN.
Yeah, that is correct, Honorable Chair. I did on the 18th of August after somewhere in May, after I pick up that there are dockets in here, and I did, when I inquired what are they doing here, I was told that they were ordered by General Sibiya, and when I asked him, I couldn't find a plausible explanation as to what are the dockets doing in head office. Then, he came up with this request for funding where he said he's sending these dockets back with a team, which I then disapproved. But then I asked one of the generals in the detectives to undertake an audit of these dockets, and after which he must then, then I wrote a letter on the 18th of August informing the PC of KZN that these dockets will be audited and handed back to him for handing back to the PKTT and for further investigation, of which I gave him the discretion that if there are those other dockets that he would think to send them to any other unit or station, he must just respond to me to say that's how he is treating the matter. And indeed, he did respond to say the dockets are back to the PKTT, but I think there were 3 or so dockets which he indicated in the letter that he sent them back to the Eastern Cape.
Okay. Just very quickly, because we have all the facts that led up to the directive of the 31st of December. There was no consultation with you, there was no consultation with Lieutenant General Kwanazi or Khumalo. You saw the minister on the 28th of December, he didn't mention anything. You were surprised, maybe even shocked, when you saw this directive of the 31st of December. You've described that the presentations made by amongst others, Lieutenant General Kumalo and Kwanazi as the leaders of the task team over the years since 2018, the approval of the budgets by your predecessor, I think, General Satole, and then subsequently you, clearly, I don't want to put words in your mouth, can one say clearly makes this an operational matter, and that you were not in agreement with the directive? Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, that is a fair summary, Honorable Chairperson and members. Yes.
So, because we're not sitting as a court of law, it questions the lawfulness of that directive, the one of 31 December 2024. Or are you bold enough to say it was unlawful for the minister to interfere in your operational sphere?
That is correct, Honorable Chair. Yeah, as I said, the directive right from the origin looks a bit suspicious and questionable, but with time, eventually it proved that the motive on the directive was not necessarily simple closure of the team, but it was an act directed to make sure that the operation in Gauteng is scrambled, it can't proceed. That we definitely, after the team arrested Matlala, then later they did make us aware of that.
Do you know, or did you know, Professor Mary Daan, who's an academic, KZN, well-known activist in the area of policing and especially police killings, has written quite extensively about it?
Yeah, I'm aware of, yes, a Meriti has, yes, he write quite a lot.
And do you know that she's not a fan of the political killings task team?
I'm aware she's not a friend of most police, not necessarily the PKTT. Most police, she will write a lot. She will give me instructions, what I must do and how and all sorts of that. I'm aware.
Okay. Well, it appears as if the minister became a fan of Mary Daan's. She wrote a letter to him and she's bad-mouthing the political killings task team and saying how bad they were and how bad Lieutenant General Kumalo is and he's not qualified to lead the team. You don't know about that letter. There was also a complaint subsequently filed or lodged with the police committee in Parliament, portfolio committee.
Yeah, no, I'm aware of that.
Okay.
She has been writing a lot of letters. I mean, but of course, some of those, most of his letters are not factual. When you read it, you quickly can realize that this person is not basing whatever she writes on facts.
Okay. All right. I'm not going to ask you any further on that.
Or are you, through you, Honorable Chair, or are you insinuating that the minister disbanded the team because of the letters of Ms. Meriti Haas?
No, I'm more than insinuating. I'm telling you that is one of the reasons that the minister will give that informed his decision to direct the disbandment of the political killings task team. And that she wrote to him on the 24th of October 2024.
through your Honorable Chair, if that's the case, then not only us as police should be concerned, I think the whole South Africans should be concerned if a Minister of Police can base his decision on letters from an individual like Meridi has.
Yeah, of course, to be fair, he gives other reasons. The budget, he says in 2024, I think March, the budget for the task team was reduced quite substantially, which shows that, you know, it was scaling down its activities. He refers to the letter. What's the other two reasons? Okay.
Have Honorable Souls.
Sorry, Chair. So anyway, I just wanted to give you the opportunity to comment on what some of his reasons might be. But I mean, what's also, of course, curious.
Chair, just for clarity, Advocate Arnser is presenting evidence on behalf of the minister who's going to be a witness here, and is expecting the current witness, National Commissioner, to answer on that. But what concerns me more is that the advocate is making an assertion. He is actually saying the reason why the task team or the minister wanted to disband the task team was because of those letters. I mean, that is presenting an assertion as if it is fact. I want clarity, is that procedurally correct?
Honorable Nomvalo.
Chair, my understanding is that there's absolutely nothing wrong that has been done by the SC, because he is putting a proposition to the witness. The witness has a right to deny or accept that proposition, and they qualify. If he denies, he must qualify, and if he accepts, he must qualify. He is not putting it as facts to say, these are the facts that you cannot contest. So he's putting a proposition. So it is up to the witness to either deny or accept. So there's absolutely nothing wrong. That is my understanding.
Okay, then the question is the letter that the SC is referring
No,
to
but
part
this
of
is
the
out of order,
statement?
Chair. People can't just patch in like what he's
You are
doing.
just doing the same thing.
You can't just patch in.
I was on the floor. I'm asking, Chair, is the letter that we are dealing with now in the statement?
Honorable Souls. And
Chair, I just want clarity. Is the letter...
wait, just hold a moment, respectfully. So, the two honorable members, Honorable Souls and Honorable Nomval, the people of this country are watching you, and they want to see your best and the best out of you. Can you please show them your best and show them the best out of you? I respect that you do that in the name of the people that we claim to serve. Please. Can we then come back to the meeting? Can I note hands of members who want to speak? Honorable Souls, Honorable Cameron, Honorable Sangon. Yeah, can we speak in that? Or just hold. SC, General Masemola, just a moment. Okay, Honorable Souls.
My understanding is that senior counsel is leading evidence, so he needs to deal with what the commissioner has submitted to us. So my question is, the letter that he's referring to, despite the assertion, is it part of the National Commissioner's statement?
Honorable Cameron.
Chair, I just wanted to say, I don't think there's anything to talk about. The SC is flowing, the process is working, this is our third day, things are going well, let's just keep moving. Let the SC be the SC. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Sangoni.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with the assertion that everything is cruising, but perhaps just to put Honorable Souls at comfort. The SC firstly in the morning did indicate that he would do exactly what he was doing, and he explained to us that the General is not going to be able to come back again, and therefore he will put some of these assertions. But on the issue of Mary de Haas, it does feature in the annexures that the General had submitted, even though he doesn't go into the letter. So it's not like it's issues that arise out of nowhere. So I support the notion that we should proceed. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Can I get an answer to my question, Chair?
I
Is the letter part of the statement? Is it here? That's the question.
okay. Honorable Malem.
No, you need to reprimand the behavior of that honorable member. You just called him to order and he's repeating that. He just badges like we're in a cell. Prison cell. Please, man. They must speak through you. You call them to show the best of them. The honorable member, the other one is showing the best of, is repeating that other ugly part we don't want to see. Of just badging. They must speak through you, Chair. Please. There are generals here who will arrest people.
Honorable Ngola.
No, Chair, I think also in this submission we must pay attention. The submission by Honorable Sangoni does suggest that what does this which the SC is saying is part of the attachments in the volumes of evidence that have been submitted to us. So I don't know Honorable Sol's question that he wants to be answered. Because this matter has been resolved. Can we proceed, Chair, please?
Yeah. Honorable Sols.
Chair, firstly, you must confirm to Honorable Malema that before I came and spoke, you looked at me when I raised my hand. So I wasn't out of order, that's number one. Number two, I'm not the one who's convicted for a criminal offense. So if someone needs to be arrested, it should be Honorable Malema. However, Chairperson, I am merely asking, if the House says, or if you say, Chair, that the letter that is evidence in the minister's statement, is that letter also part of the commissioner's statement? Then let the commissioner say the letter that senior counsel is referring to is what he gave us. Why was the commissioner not able to answer? He had to come back and ask, are you insinuating? And the reason why he did that is because it's not him that submitted that. But if I am wrong, I am willing to step back, Chair. But I have the right to ask for clarity. Thank you.
Sir, look, honorable members, we have had a very exciting ad break. Do you still want me to give you time to go on? Maybe part of the country enjoys this moment. SC, all the documents are attached, isn't it? The matter of Mary de Haas is not coming for the first time before this committee. And it has also been spoken at length during the appearance of General Mkhwana. So it's very important to the General, who is the accounting head of the SAPS. Even if he says, I don't want to comment about this matter, but it must be brought to his attention And we want to request you to understand, Honorable Souls, that the senior counsel is right to put the matter to General Masemola. Thank you so much.
Chair.
Okay.
My question was, is the letter, show me the letter as part of the statement. That's all I want to know. Is the letter part of the statement? No, the evidence leader didn't answer.
Okay.
Is the letter part of, and point me to the letter, please, Chair.
Senior counsel, the honorable member wants to hear you speak on this matter.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The letter is not part of the it's not part of General Masemola's statement, obviously. It was discussed. I think someone made a valid point that I think you did. It was discussed at length. In fact, not from questions that I put to Lieutenant General Mkwanazi, from questions that arose from the honourable members yesterday at length. He spoke about the house. He had quite a few interesting floral things to say about Mr. Haas, which we won't repeat here, General, in front of you. You might just reprimand him. But, so it was discussed. The letter, what I'm doing is, while we have the benefit of having General Masemola here, I'm putting to him, this is what Minister Mkhunu is going to say, are some of the reasons that he's going to give that informs his decision of the 31st of December. It's for his comment. Otherwise, he's going to sit at home, watching the TV maybe. Minister Mkhunu sits where he's sitting now, gives his evidence, and he said, no. But this is the first time I'm hearing this. I'm giving him an opportunity to comment. He may refuse to comment, decline, or say, okay, I hear you, and we move on. Thank you. May I proceed? Thank you. Sorry, General. While I'm at it, I might as well give you the 4 reasons he gives, and you can comment. The one is he says he received a number of WhatsApp complaints about this killing task team. But these WhatsApps, he says he can't find them anymore, they've disappeared. So we'll ask him about that. The other one is the Dahan letter, which is a lot more detailed. The third one is the budget. I think you're aware that in March 2024, when the CFO, I think she did reduce the budget, and budgetary constraints were cited, but that is March 24. He became minister only in July 2024. And then there's also a work study by someone called some police officer, Fisser or somebody, and that work study does feature in the Sabia affidavit. So, just for your comment, if you're aware of any of this or want to comment on it, otherwise, just so that you know, this is what he's going to say.
Thanks, Honourable Chair and members. Senior Counsel, you say the second one. What is the second one?
It's the WhatsApps, it's Dahan, it's the budget, and the work study. That work study, just in case you can't remember what it was about, it's by an officer, surname of Fisser. Marais. Sorry. Marais. It actually is a work study that relates to several of the specified projects and task teams, including narcotics and other task teams. And one of the items there is political killings. and then the minister latches onto that part of it, it's political killings, as a justification or a reason why he took a decision. Can you recall that work study?
Through you, Honorable Chair, I will respond to Senior Counsel. I don't get the number 2. After WhatsApp, what's the second one?
The Dahan letter.
The Han.
Dahan, yeah. Dahas.
Oh, the Has. Oh. All right.
My Afrikaans is not so good this afternoon.
Okay. Thanks, Honorable Chair. Well, we didn't know with WhatsApps, as you say. But firstly, on Meriti Has, I mean, she writes a letter every week. If you're going to disband the unit out of that, surely there is then there is huge problems. With regard to budget constraints, well, there have been budget constraints all along, but does it mean if there are budget constraints, the minister would not talk to me, he will jump and go to CFO and take decisions? That's quite strange if that's the case. The second one, saying with the work study. The work study obviously it was sanctioned by me. And if it gets approved by myself as National Commissioner. And I'm the one that will indicate whether here we implement or we don't implement. There is no any other person that can unilaterally go decide somewhere that you implement. So where did he get this work study from? Because I supposed to have given a directive that we implement. I'm aware that, yes, there was a work study to say, let's look at all task teams nationally. But at the end of the day, it does not mean whatever has been recommended is going to be implemented if it's not feasible. To give an example of a task team that has been there for quite some time, the task team that is at the border of South Africa and Mozambique in the northern KwaZulu-Natal, Emanguzi. It has been there for quite some time. And most of you knows how the community there is unhappy if the task team is not there. You remove them one day, you will have problems same day. So it's some matters that unfortunately we have to live with. So does it mean then the minister will just have powers to go and remove a task team? Surely that's not how it works. So those work studies, at some point we'll decide which ones we implement and which ones not. And of course, I don't think it's fair for the minister to implement what is in work studies on behalf of me, without me. Surely that is wrong according to me. So I don't find any cogent reason out of these 4. I don't find any reason that definitely hold water that you could go alone and decide to write a letter of disbandment. Well, surely you could have engaged to say, these are the reasons and this is what I'm thinking. Then we can then discuss with the minister and look at what is the real facts. Meriti House will say political task team have got no mandate to exist, is useless, have got no, does not have successes. But we know those that now and then you read, you see the convictions they are having now and then. So it depends where she's writing from. But if you're writing from really this country, you should be aware of the work of the team. There's so many convictions that are out there that they do make on a daily basis. And for me, that doesn't justify or suffice to have written such a directive based on these reasons that are being given. Thank you.
Thank you very much, General. Can we just move on to another topic? The Medicare 24 Swani contract, it's at page 39, paragraph 89, through to page, the top of page 44. Now, just before we go into a bit more detail and just as briefly as you can, just describe to us what this was a huge contract, a multi-million rand contract. 360 million rand contract. How would such a contract be awarded? Just briefly, what are the procurement processes that would have to be followed before an award is made of a contract of that size?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Just a background, contracts will be advertised and people will bid. So in this case, it was also the case that a health risk management contract for subs was advertised at some point, and there was, when a contract gets advertised, there is what we call the bid, first the specification committee, and secondly is the bid evaluation committee. And the bid evaluation committee, they will evaluate, recommend, whatever they recommend to the bid adjudication committee. And the bid adjudication committee will then do their processes for adjudicating and then end up with allocating a bid and sign off a bid. So in this case, the same thing happened. They advertised.
Sorry, General. So the bid adjudication committee they will still recommend that an award be made to such and such a bidder. You would still, do you sign off the approval of that bid, or is it the minister?
No, it is signed off by the divisional commissioner of supply chain management.
Yeah, okay.
It's delegated to that level.
So it doesn't really land on your desk?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't at all.
So who appoints? There's also, you advertise and then there's a sifting process.
Yeah, the sifting process is that bid evaluation committee that gets appointed. That's the committee that does the sifting, and from there they will do, in terms of supply chain processes, whatever evaluation, whether they do through point system, whatever, yeah. And then they will recommend to the bid adjudication committee. So in this specific one, the same process was followed, and the BAC then allocated this to Medicare 24 Tshwane district. But I must say that somewhere in that process, I did get an indication of a call from one of the members of IDEC to say he's concerned about a company called Medicare 24 that is bidding for this contract, and it might have no tax clearance certificate, and it was involved in Tembisa. And I did inquire from the relevant officials, which there was an acting divisional commissioner by then. I inquired about that, and the response I got was that people get given a specific period to submit an updated tax clearance certificate, which in this case, Medicare 24 have submitted a valid tax clearance certificate, and also Medicare 24 is not blacklisted by the National Treasury on the central database. As a result, they are free to bid like anybody else. And I think, yeah, that was I gave them that feedback and that was it.
So you had no involvement in this bid,
Not at all.
but you received a call from, did you say from IDEC?
That's correct,
You got a
Honorable
call from
Chair.
IDEC. You can't remember who from IDEC phoned you?
I think it's a Mr. Perumal.
Mr. Perumal?
Yeah, I might be either him or the other one, but I think,
Okay. And the concern was raised about one of the tenderers. What in particular was the concern raised?
he said they are involved in the tender in Tembisa, which they are investigating.
At that time, did you know who the tenderer was? Either the name, well, you obviously got the name of the entity, the company, because that is how you had the matter investigated.
Yeah, well, I didn't know whose tender it is. I must say I didn't even know. I just know he said Medicare 24. So Medicare 24, I know the name in terms of clinics when you go to a clinic, whatever. But I didn't know whose company it is whatsoever. And after I got the response, that was sufficient for me, and I gave the relevant person the feedback, and he was much appreciative, and that's where we ended with the matter.
So at the time, you weren't aware that the company referred to was owned by Musumzi Kat Matlala?
No. I didn't know that, who's the owner of the company, and I also didn't know who's Vusimusi Matlala. I didn't know at all.
You let the cat out of the bag. Because he was subsequently awarded the contract.
Yeah, subsequently, yes. Later I learned that he was the person behind the Medicare 24, and he was awarded the contract. But there was an issue around Medicare 24 and Medicare 24 Tshwane district. So somewhere at the BAC, there was this confusion of Medicare 24 and Medicare 24 Tshwane district. Looks like the other one is a holding company of the other one, something to that effect.
To your knowledge, do you know whether the minister, and who at the time was the minister? Was it Minister Cele or Minister Mchunu?
At that time, it was awarded around June. Yeah, it's just looks like, I'm not sure whether it was Minister Cele, but yeah, it must have, because it was awarded in June.
Minister Cele,
Yeah, it was
because Minister Mchunu was
in
appointed
July.
July.
Yes, yeah, correct.
But are you aware, or to your knowledge, did Minister Mchunu make any inquiries about this contract?
Yes, correct. Somewhere in December, he did say we must meet and discuss about the health risk manager contract, which indeed we had a meeting with him on the 24th of December. I think it was a virtual meeting, and we discussed the issue around the contract, the service delivery around the contract, and we picked up that yes, even the performance of the contract was a problem, and so we then agreed that I tasked the internal audit and risk management to go and audit this contract, look at the whole processes, whether this was awarded correctly, yes, no, and all those. And then there was a subsequent follow-up meeting, I think somewhere in February, and then there was a preliminary report by the audit committee that was released. Let's just check when was that.
Just while you're looking there, General, who signed off the contract that finally concluded the award?
The service, well, the contract is signed by the Divisional Commissioner Supply Chain, as far as I remember, and the service level agreement was signed by the Deputy National Commissioner for Support Services, Lieutenant General Nkua.
What did you make of Minister Nkunu requesting you in December 2024 for a review of the contract? And what reasons would you, or did you give, or did he give for the review of this contract?
Yeah, there was a media article, I think, about a Mr. Ket Matlala, and which also indicated that he got a contract in subs, and he also mentioned the concern about the matters of whether was this contract allocated or in order, and is the contract performing. So the report was that yes, there are problems with this specific contract, and they did write letters to the relevant managers of the contract of this company, alerting them that they are defaulting in certain areas.
Would or does the minister have anything to do with the award of a contract at any stage during the procurement process? Or does it depend on the amount?
Through Chairperson, can you pardon me? Repeat.
I said, would a minister be involved at any stage in the award of a contract, or does it depend on the amount of the contract?
No, he doesn't get involved, but I think this stage, December, the contract was already awarded.
What is it? So the minister wouldn't be involved at all?
Yeah, no, the minister don't get involved, but however, as I was saying, by that time, in December, the contract was already awarded.
And it had already been implemented?
Yes, the contract is already running, is being implemented, yes.
Was running. And there were some, so I suppose under the guise of some kind of oversight function, the minister could ask you to review a contract, maybe because of information he received or what he heard.
Yeah, it's possible, yes. We took it that obviously he must have received information somewhere around the contract. And hence then I tasked the internal audit and the risk to go and audit this specific contract.
Now, there was an internal review and you received an internal audit report. You summarize the outcome on page 40, paragraphs 91.1 to 91.4, which indicates or highlights a number of red flags. 91.1 to 91.4.
Correct, correct, Honorable Chair, 91.44, 91.1, the bid evaluation committee, that is the BEC, lacked the appropriate skill and competence to evaluate the bid. There was no evidence of individual scoring in the bidding file. The due diligence did not assess the bidder's unethical or ethical behavior in other procurement processes. There was evidence of misrepresentation of facts and bid fronting in the bid documents, and the utilization of facilitators in the bid evaluation process exposed SAPS to corruption risk, which was damaging to SAPS' reputation. That was the preliminary report in January.
And then you said, paragraph 92, in addition, the red flags were also raised by the preliminary internal audit concerning Medicare 24 Swani's poor performance.
That's correct, Honorable Chair.
You then subsequently wrote on the 24th of March asking for reasons why you should not terminate the contract.
Yeah, that is correct, Honorable Chair. Yes, I wrote to them to give reasons why we shouldn't terminate.
But by then, you had paid, that's obviously SEPS, in January 2005, SEPS paid Medicare 24 Swani 50 million rand for the health services contract.
That is correct, Honorable Chairperson. Well, there was the service that they provided, and they were paid for that service.
So what were they paid for? Poor service?
Well, there were written letters of warnings for the poor service, and they had to deliver, which eventually they did deliver the service. You'd recall that we had to, early this year, we had to have 5,500 kids in the college. So there were problems around that, but eventually they delivered that service. They were able to process those students. We sent them to the college, and hence they were paid for that. And eventually, after that letter of intention, based on the preliminary report, and then in April, there was a final report which subsequently, based on the final report, I subjected it to legal processes, of course. Some were saying we go to court, some were saying we cancel, but after after the legal processes were finalized, eventually I did cancel the bid.
Or was the tender subsequently re-advertised and re-evaluated and re-awarded?
No, it's not yet re-awarded. They are in the process of getting to re-advertise. But what is happening now since that time, there is a forensic audit that is being done, so that when that forensic audit is finalized, it's supposed to be finalized now during October, November. And once that specific audit, forensic audit is finalized, then we are going to then re-advertise and also take action against employees, against whoever that have been guilty of a misconduct. Because the practice we have seen is you can't take action on especially on the members based on the audit report. We have experiences in the past where you do that later. When you finalize your forensic audit, you find either more involvement of other people which you left out, and maybe you dealt with those that were not really much involved. So the advice by both the legal team and the CFO is that we finalize the forensic audit, which is going to happen now. And from there, we take action against those members that are involved. But at the same time, I did undertake a process of reviewing the whole process, that they should be, I'm reviewing the delegation of powers, that certain amounts should be signed off by various levels, and the divisional commissioners sign up to a certain amount, and I also sign some amounts, I think it's 300 million and up. But also what I introduced in the process is that there should be a probity audit, because initially they will go on with all those processes of specification, evaluation, adjudication, and award. And when the audit comes, they come after the fact. So now what I introduce is that after the BAC have finalized their process, but before they can allocate, they must wait. There must be a probity audit of the whole process. Only once that have happened, only then can they award. There are various schools of differing legal opinions in that, but I said that is the same way we go that route, and yeah, if there are those that challenge the process, we'll take it from there with the legal people.
Okay. I just want to move on to, there was something specifically that you, when we consulted with you, wanted to address. And under this heading in your affidavit on page 44 to 46, the false narrative driven in the media. Do you want to comment on that? From paragraph 98. And you give two examples where you claim the media has been used and play an active role in spreading falsehoods about you.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. Yeah, well, some of the media and some of the honorable members, I say that there is a deliberate effort by certain politicians to discredit me and cast doubt on my integrity. In this regard, I would highlight two examples where the media are used and played an active role in spreading falsehood about me. Around May, June 2025, stories began to appear in the media that the IDEC was about to arrest me, and that warrant of arrest has been issued, and even reported that I was in my office and I was shivering with fear similar ways to that effect. And whereas this never happened, and even that time I was actually here in Cape Town, I was not in that office where they're referring to. And this story received some publicity for some days. And a month later, the same similar story also appeared, which also once again attracted public attention. And well, the story was dispelled eventually by the head of IDEC, but it was there in the media. Now, the question, however, begs to be asked as to who would spread such falsehood and what would be the intention. One can only speculate without knowing exactly as to who. We trust our media, we trust that they report with integrity, but I have no doubt that the intention was to discredit me and to undermine my integrity. Also, on the 10th of September 2025, the DA issued a media statement indicating that Ms. Kola Barnard wrote a letter to acting minister requesting him to immediately act against myself and to ensure the rearrest of Major General Lushaba. According to the statement, I met with Major General Lushaba, who is currently released on bail, apparently in contravention of his bail conditions. I attached a copy of the media statement as SFM 22, and the letter that was also subsequently sent to the acting Minister of Police as SFM 23. Honorable Chair, these allegations are baseless. It is a well-known fact that on the 9th and the 10th, I was here in Cape Town. On the 9th, I went with the Minister of Police. We spent the day with communities in Michelle's Plain and Mfuleni. And on the 10th, I attended a police portfolio committee meeting here at this house. And in the afternoon, I was in Kraaifontein, Kraaifontein police station, where I made a press briefing. So my movements during that week were widely publicized in the media, yet a member of parliament persisted to pursue the false narrative. According to the media statement, the bail conditions of General Lushaba prevented him from having contact with state witness, and he was apparently prevented from entering any crime intelligence premises. These allegations do not correspond to any bail conditions imposed on Major General Lushaba. Yet a media statement from a political party indicates that I disregarded the law. I can only guess what the motive of the statement would be. I wouldn't know. But as I said, my movements were widely covered. I was in Cape Town. And Major General Lushaba have got no bail conditions whatsoever. So I don't know what objective. I thought members of this House will only report facts and not report, I would say, gossip. I don't know. And I don't know where they get the facts, and I don't know what the objective is. But if the member do have facts, it will be fair enough to produce. Maybe there's something I don't know. But to say I met General Lushaba, whereas I'm in Cape Town, is in Pretoria, I wouldn't know how does one come to that conclusion. And, well, if ever I met him, is there any criminal offense? But But here, in this case, the fact of the matter is I never met the person. I was here for the whole 2 days, and somebody issued a statement to that effect. So those are some of things that I'm sure members of this House are being respected. So if you make a statement, I'm sure the public take you serious in what you are saying. Now, here the statement is out, and is wrong, is false. So life goes on. I think it's quite unfair. I wouldn't know what is the motive, but it is not correct. Thank you very much.
So, General, would you, obviously that's noted, and no doubt the committee has noted it, and it's noted, and no doubt the committee will report on it to the National Assembly. But would you go as far as Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, who has demanded that the State Security Agency conduct an investigation into some journalists, I think one or two of whom he's named, given the, you've seen subsequently the criticism from the media that this obviously is a violation of press and media freedom, and to call for such an investigation would be unconstitutional.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. Maybe I will not go as far as that. We do engage SANEF now and then, and we will continue engaging them. But what should be clear is that in as much as they enjoy media freedom, we also as individuals and as organizations, we do have rights, and they must respect those rights. We are human beings like them, and spreading falsehood is not the correct thing to do. You are just damaging, not necessarily attacking Masemola as an individual, but you are also causing more damage to the organization with those type of falsehood. So I wouldn't go as far as say maybe state security investigate. No, I think there is a body that controls the media. That body should be accountable for their members, and they should call on them to report responsibly. You can't just go out, report anything that you pick up from anybody.
Yeah, if it seems to be pretty obvious that if you allege, like Lieutenant Mkhwanazi has done, that some journalists are being paid, because that's really where he comes from. And I don't know if it happens in your case, they're being paid to spread stories, false stories, or plant false stories. Then one must get to the root cause, and those are the people who are apparently involved in criminal syndicates, drug syndicates, and paying journalists. Those are the ones one must go after and catch them.
Yeah, if you investigate, yes, you can investigate those that pays them. Of course, that statement is not necessarily to say it's a lie. It's not a false. It's not a lie. There are those that are being paid to do this type of dirty work.
Yeah, and of course you've got recourse. Like you've highlighted in this affidavit, there's nothing stopping you from complaining to the press ombud, lodging a complaint, and the press ombud must investigate your complaints.
No, I agree, Honorable Chair. Thanks very much. I will do so.
Just lastly, it is something that I raised with you only this morning, because it only happened this morning. So it's not in the affidavit. I see, we see in the media now of the arrest of Lieutenant General Sabia,
It's a raid.
or a raid, sorry. See, I'm also maybe reading the wrong media. A raid conducted on Lieutenant General Sabia. Are you aware of it?
Yeah, because I was busy here doing everything preparation, Honorable Chair. At one of the breaks, I was informed that there was a search and seizure warrant where the investigation team went to collect gadgets. They were not arresting anybody. It was just a matter of apparently looking for people to get the gadgets. So I'm sure they missed each other in the process there. I will still be briefed as I get out here. That's the little I can say. Thank you.
And also I mentioned to you this morning and subsequently, Chair, maybe you didn't have an opportunity yet, the letter was copied to the evidence leaders that there was also an attempt to obtain these devices from Gabinde and Minister Mkunu.
Yeah, when I got the brief, that is exactly what I was told, that they were looking for the people's gadget, not for the people.
So again, it was just to obtain their mobile, their cell phones,
That is correct, Honorable Chair.
not to arrest them.
No, they say they were looking for gadgets, not for arresting people.
Yes, because we want Lieutenant General Sabia to be here on Monday.
No, he will be here, Honorable Chair. He will be here.
Although this committee does have the power to order the head of a prison to release a detainee to come and give evidence here.
Yeah, no, I was told that they were looking for gadgets, not arresting people, Honorable Chair. Thanks.
Maria? Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. General, thank you very much for your cooperation and for your evidence. From what we've heard so far, we wish you the best of luck, but also quite happy to hear that the good people in the service are doing their job and keeping us safe. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Oh, not bad. Huh?
Hey, this,
2 minutes.
you need 2 more minutes, okay.
No, I said just out by 2 minutes. Maybe it's that last over.
You can use those 2 minutes. Are you done? Look, my honorable members are surprised. I mean, it's like it happened so quick, in the speed of a lightning. Senior Counsel, since we started, this is the shortest round ever. And Honorable Malema agrees with me that this is the shortest round ever. Oh, okay. Yeah, no. Let me take this opportunity and thank you, Senior Counsel, for the manner in which evidence was led, and I think honorable members can agree that as the train moves, it gathers more and more steam. We want to thank you so much for that. And thank you, General, for your... Thank you so much for your availability. No. Listen to me, honorable members, because I want to say something here. I want to say something. I don't have absolute powers. The powers rest with the committee in terms of the terms of reference. I want to check with you whether you want to call it stamps now, the end of the day, or okay. Okay, honorable members, Glenis is the whip of this committee. What is Glenis saying? What is Honorable Breitenbach? Look, when we started,
I'm saying bye-bye.
the public has never seen you in this committee. They may want to hear you speak today.
Let them hear me. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, we have come to the end of the proceedings, and I want to thank you so much. Let me tell you something. Since we started, we are always a full house, and even at the time we closed the proceedings, the 11 of us is always present in the meeting, and I want to thank you so much for that. It's a very good practice. We show a very good example of how people are led. Tomorrow, because we are going to have a field day, the starting time is 9 o'clock. The venue is Good Hope Chambers. Thank you so much.
Members must keep their files.
I mean, members must keep their files.
No, not keep them. Not keep.
That's what I'm saying. They must keep their. When I say they must keep their files, I mean.